the state is present, we're outside the presence of the jury. Okay. And yesterday, before the court recessed for the day, still outside the presence of the jury, the court ordered the state to turn over any Brady information, including criminal history, of Mr. Is it Purcell?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, to the defense. Did the state do that?
Yes, Your Honor, and may I summarize the criminal history that I turned over for the record, Your Honor?
Yes.
From Shreveport PD in Louisiana, he had an expired motor vehicle registration. Also from Shreveport PD, there's a charge for no driver's license. Another for a no proof of insurance. And then another charge for expired insurance sticker. There's another charge for no proof of insurance. There's a speeding 11 to 15 over a speed zone. There's a charge for no seat belt. There's another charge for no insurance. And then from 2022, 8/22/21 actually, Your Honor, from White House PD, which would be in Smith County, Mr. Pursley was charged with domestic assault. In that case, the disposition shows to be a misdemeanor, guilty plea that he pled on 4/25/22, which is judicial diversion, waive fine. It does not say any sort of final conviction, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, and that's the extent of his criminal history?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. And the defense wanted to put certain things on the record regarding that.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. May we call our investigator, please?
Yes, you raise your right hand for me. Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Can you please state your name for the record
David Conklin,
and spell your last name?
Conklin.
And you've been our investigator for several years on this case, is that right?
That's correct.
And you've done a lot of things for us on this case, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you generally tell the court some of the things you've been doing for us?
Contacting witnesses, getting statements, locating witnesses that were difficult to find or had just never been contacted, reviewing video, discovery evidence,
Serving subpoenas?
serving subpoenas.
Have we asked you to do background checks at times?
Yes,
Okay. And recently, sometime around August 7th, did we ask you to do a background check on someone?
yes, on Mr. Kevin Pursley.
Okay. And at the time, we were not able to provide you with any other information about him, right?
No, I just had a name and we had, I guess, an approximate age range.
Okay. And I have what's marked now as Defendant's Exhibit 8 that you provided me this morning. Is this a true and correct copy of the report that you ran on Mr. Pursley?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Okay. And you've reviewed this and this has not been edited in any way?
It is not.
Okay. I'll tender it to the state to review. And of course, in that report, and in your investigation, you didn't find anything about this domestic assault that Ms. Raza just referenced, right?
No, I did not.
Did you see some of these tickets or what seemed like motor vehicle related stuff?
Yes, everything that I found in criminal history was only citation related for traffic violations.
And what do you have access to as a private investigator?
So we have databases that are similar to what I used when I was still a police officer, but I don't have access to inlets or TLEDs, NCIC or TCIC, driver's license photos, things like that. So I don't even have a way of confirming if the Kevin Pursley that I'm looking at on paper is in fact the actual Kevin Pursley by comparing it to a driver's license photo with a full date of birth, address, and etc.
What's the date of this report that you ran?
August 12th of 2025.
Okay, and it says that on the front cover, right?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, I would move to admit this report that's defendants 8 for purposes of the record in this hearing only.
Okay, does the state have an objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Defense exhibit number 8 is admitted for record purposes only.
No further questions for this witness, Judge.
Okay. State?
Just one question, Your Honor. Could it be that you couldn't find this domestic assault because he was put on diversion, or what we would refer to here as deferred adjudication, and it was not a final conviction?
I have seen in running criminal histories before, things that are not complete, things that don't have a final disposition, and things that are still pending. So I can't say that that is the one and only reason why I wouldn't have seen it.
But the fact that this case, as I read onto the record, was disposed of, or he pled guilty to that judicial diversion back in 2022, that means if it would have showed up concerning you were able to pull up his criminal tickets, because it's not a final conviction.
Like I said, I've seen ones that are final and ones that are still not final. So the only other way I have to try and access sort of the pending status of a case would be to go to that county's open records. But again, I don't know, I mean, I would have to go to every single county where this person lived and look up, does he have any particular records? And that's also very hard to do without a date of birth.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Not for this witness, Judge.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
And
Is there anything else before I bring on jury?
this is what you gave us yesterday. Yeah, this is what she is. And Your Honor, I would move to admit defendants 9 and 10. Defendants 9, for purposes of this hearing and the record only, defendants 9 is actually a complete copy of what was given to us from Ms. Raza last night, about 6:30 p.m. This is a complete, I'm sorry?
Which is what, describe it.
Yes, ma'am, the complete criminal history. She summarized it. We actually have a printout of that.
Okay.
And then defendants 10 is a typed up Word document kind of summary that Ms. Raza disclosed to us on Monday, August 18th, 2025. That is the criminal history summary of Tyler Rippey, Martin Estrada, Alan Tatchett, it looks like, nothing for Gabriel Galaviz, nor Vanessa Esquivel.
We're talking about Percy here.
I understand.
In this hearing, correct?
Your Honor, and I just want to show that they have given us, they have run criminal history on other witnesses that were civilian witnesses in this case, and given us that. I want to kind of give a full representation of what they've given us this week.
Okay.
And so I would move to admit those for, and of course it does not have this witness, Kevin Persley, who did testify already. So I would move to admit these for purposes of the record and this hearing.
Thank you. Any objections?
No objections from the state, Your Honor, for record purposes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Defense exhibits 9 and 10 are admitted for record purposes only. Are there exhibit stickers on?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, just hand it to the court.
Okay.
All right, anything else?
Yes, Your Honor, I would like to make a timeline and argument on the record if you give me just a minute to do so. Just to be clear about, you know, the history here, this witness was first mentioned anywhere, ever, in March of 2025 in a note regarding a call he made to the Irving Police Department. He indicated something about our client making a death threat to Mr. Hood years ago. It was out of nowhere. Nobody else has ever mentioned this. Nobody else has mentioned this witness. He, of course, was not a witness at the shooting. And so, you know, as people tend to do, pop up right before a trial, we didn't think anything really much of this witness since it was so last minute and such a, quite frankly, kind of out there story. And we were not given any notice at the time of the state's intention to use this witness who had just popped up. The witness list didn't change. We didn't have any notes of contact with him, anything like that. And so in the future, on August 7th, so that's 5 months later, August 7th, 2025, we got a note that said Ms. Raza had called him back. And that's where we got more extensive notes from Ms. Raza that do seem to be turned over immediately after her conversation with Mr. Pursley. And after that, as soon as we determined they were continuing down this road with this witness who seemingly out of nowhere for the first time in this extremely old case, we called our investigator, David Conklin, to run a criminal history. His report, dated August 12th, 2025, did not provide us with information about any kind of domestic violence, plea of guilty. There is no disposition on what they have given us, so any representation that it was or wasn't dismissed is quite frankly unfounded, because we have not been able to fully investigate the disposition or facts surrounding that. We have a guilty plea to a domestic assault that we have on paper, so that is something that we need to investigate further and is obviously impeachment. So on August 14th, and it's out of Louisiana, which of course might have been more difficult or taken some time to investigate properly. August 14th, 2025, so after we had already run our criminal history on this witness, that's when we got the amended witness list. So we didn't even wait until the witness list to run him. We did do our diligence in trying to get some information about this man, because again, we had never heard of him, and we didn't understand why the state was kind of following up with him. On August 18th, when we got to trial, we objected to you, and I believe a lot of that was a sidebar about new 404B and new witnesses that we either were new or we didn't know anything about. And the representations made by the state at the time, we believed, were that she was not going to go into new 404B or new witnesses in guilt innocence unless we somehow opened the door to them. And even going into her opening, she has traced that perfectly. Obviously, she's not obligated to follow her opening, but she has traced that perfectly with every other witness, and Mr. Pursley was not mentioned in that. Obviously, on August 18th, we got Brady that was run on every other, not Brady, just TCIC that seems to have been run on every other witness, and there was no mention of Pursley on that. I mean, it does seem like he was a surprise to everybody, and they had maybe no intention of calling him, I don't know, but at that point, on August 18th, we were objecting to him and on any of these other random witnesses that came up last minute. So, if this witness that was then allowed to testify yesterday, August 19th, 2025, over our objection, which was both on the record before his testimony and then I believe completed on the record after the testimony and after the day of court was over, and you know, we believe, obviously, the primary objection was lack of notice and lack of ability to investigate him properly. We've previously filed numerous discovery motions in this court, which you have ordered and granted. So as far as ordering the state to produce Brady yesterday, you ordered the state to produce Brady in October of 2023. So Ms. Reed, again, finished her objection after the trial yesterday. And in his testimony, which happened yesterday afternoon, Kevin Pursley testified regarding a purported death threat that our client supposedly made to him against the decedent in this case. He said that credible threat of violence was enough to end their friendship and his total association with our client. He went so far as to say, you know, he doesn't go around him anymore because of this. He has no disputes with anyone. Ms. Reed asked several times if anyone's ever rolled up on him, asking him if he's basically ever been in a fight. And he was adamant multiple times saying, no, nobody's ever rolled up on me. Nobody's ever rolled up on me. He made it very clear. He painted quite a picture that he was averse to any kind of violence. And that really is what points to this being direct impeachment, in addition to the fact that family violence cases specifically are impeachment because they are moral turpitude. And the case, generally misdemeanor assault is not considered a crime of moral turpitude unless specific circumstances apply, such as the assault being committed by a male against a female or involving a child victim. In such cases, the conviction may be admissible for impeachment purposes under 609A, provided the probative value outweighs the prejudicial effect. And in this case, again, it wouldn't just be random impeachment of his credibility, it would be directly addressing a picture he had painted to the jury. And that, what I just quoted, was Davis versus State, 533 Southwest 3rd, 498, and Hardeman versus State, 868 Southwest 2nd, 404. Now,
Now, I have given the defense an opportunity to recall Mr. Persley.
Your Honor,
And I asked this earlier on, I think it was off the record.
Your Honor, and I
Do
apologize.
you intend
And I-
to recall Mr. Persley having this information,
And-
information?
Your Honor, I apologize. May I make one final argument to the court just about the remedies in this case, because there is Court of Criminal Appeals guidance in this fact. Because the Court of Criminal Appeals has consistently held that the appropriate remedy for a Brady violation is a new trial. In cases where prosecutorial misconduct, such as the failure to disclose exculpatory or impeachment evidence, taints the trial, the court has reversed the conviction and remanded the case for further proceedings. That's Ex parte Mitchell, 977 Southwest 2nd, 575, and Fortuna versus State, 665 Southwest 3rd, 861. And for several reasons, this is a Brady violation. I mean, it is going to become clear to the court, if it is not clear just from his testimony, that this purported death threat and this purported beef that he seems to be the only person with personal knowledge of is going to be argued in front of that jury as a reason to convict our client. This will absolutely be a material testimony, a material evidence that is nowhere else in this investigation. So this is a Brady violation, Judge.
It is, and you know, the court will note that this trial is ongoing.
And-
This trial, if this isn't something that you discovered after the fact, after this case is done, you still have an opportunity to recall Mr. Percy and cross-examine him and test his credibility. Go ahead.
And Your Honor, to directly address that point with you, and just to address that flat out, we do not want to be associated with calling Mr. Persley. We believe his credibility is on its face, it just completely lacking. We thought it was lacking in the first statement we got from him. We thought his testimony was ridiculous, that he testified the
Well, that would be up to you, whether
and
you
so,
want to recall him or not. I'm just
if the only
giving
remedy,
you a remedy
if the
that's
only,
available right now. So finish up your argument.
if the only remedy that the court requests is us to recall him, I believe that violates my client's rights under the 5th and 6th Amendment and due process, because it forces us to open the door to us putting on not credible evidence to the jury, allowing them to weigh our evidence against the state's evidence. I mean, we are not required, it goes against the presumption of innocence. We are not required to put on any evidence. We should have been allowed to impeach this witness at the time of his testimony. And so requiring us to reopen the case is, does not solve the
I'm
problem.
not requiring you,
We
I'm
would-
just merely telling you that this is something that you can do. But it appears that you are declining to do that.
At
But
this,
finish up your argument, counsel.
at this time, we are asking, we are renewing our motion to dismiss the case for violation of our client's rights to due process.
Okay.
And I guess we need to do a ruling on that.
Yes,
and then
you're
we're-
arguing something else as well.
No, ma'am, I'm just gonna ask for and ask for a ruling on that. So I would ask you to dismiss the case for violation of my client's right to due process, and I would ask for you to grant a mistrial in this case.
Okay. Both motions are overruled.
And then if you overrule
Or
those,
denied.
and if denying those motions, we would ask that the remedy be to strike his testimony and ask for jury instruction to disregard his testimony as it was not credible, and we were not given the right, and under the confrontation clause, to properly impeach this witness.
Thank you. What's the state's response?
Your Honor, just very briefly, the case law cited by defense counsel, specifically in terms of a domestic assault being a crime of moral turpitude, the key word that was used by defense, cited by the case law, stated the fact that it has a final conviction, Your Honor. I read it onto the record, and I look at the criminal history as I stand here. It states guilty plea, a date cited, judicial diversion. The court is well aware, defense counsel is well aware, judicial diversion are these deferred adjudications. And if there is a final conviction, the criminal history that I have in front of me would have stated that final conviction. However, if someone completes their diversion or deferred adjudication as they're told by the court and the probation officers to do so, they do not end up with a final conviction, as we see in our courtroom on a daily basis, Your Honor. So the fact that defense would not have been able to use this as impeachment evidence because it is not a final conviction. The second point, Your Honor, the appellate case law the defense was citing, in those cases were tried. They had then been sent to the appellate court. There was no other remedy at that time, Your Honor. As the court has already stated, there is a remedy present in this proceeding that is ongoing right now. That remedy would be for defense to recall Mr. Pursley. I have nothing else, Your Honor.
Just, and very briefly, Judge, to quote and assert to the court with absolute certainty what that disposition is for another jurisdiction, I think is dangerous. We have not been given the opportunity to investigate the disposition of this case, and so that is the problem. I don't know that is not a final conviction, and it's directly impeaching what he said. It's not just that it's a family violence conviction or not a conviction, and we would or wouldn't be able to get into it. It is directly impeaching what this witness said, so we would absolutely be able to impeach him with
Yes,
it.
and the court would allow you to impeach him with that case.
And Your Honor, this is why these Brady, Heath, Watkins, and Michael Morgan require us to know about it before he testifies.
All right. Thank you. Your motions are denied. Let's bring in the jury.
Oh, Your Honor, just for future purposes, is Mr. Pursley here? Should we decide to recall him? Because I believe the court requested the state to bring him back today and make him available.
It's either you want him here or not. I just asked you whether you will recall Mr. Pursley, and you said it shouldn't be a requirement. You don't want to put him on and give an impression to the jury that you're now, putting on this evidence and whatnot. So do you want him or do you not?
Okay, we want him here, Judge.
Okay, so you intend to recall Mr. Pursley?
We're gonna have to decide that at the time, but we want him here. I mean, we're gonna try to investigate in the meantime too.
All right, state, call Mr. Pursley and ask him to return to court. Let's bring in the jury. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you all so much. I know you all were here early. Unfortunately, we had some technical difficulties with my official court reporter's equipment. So we tinkered with it for a little bit, but then eventually had to get our substitutes for the show. So thank you for your patience. Now, yesterday, both sides had finished off with a particular witness. Is the state ready to proceed with their next witness?
Your Honor, I believe we were still kind of in the middle of
Oh, yes,
redirect
that's right.
with
That's right.
Sergeant Martin.
Sergeant Martin, okay. Is the defense ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, let's have Sergeant Martin back on the stand. Good morning, and you're still under oath.
Yes, ma'am, thank you.
All right, I believe you were showing the video.
Yes, Your Honor, we had just finished watching the body worn camera.
Right.
Thank you, Judge. May I proceed?
You may.
Good morning, Sergeant Martin.
Good morning.
Okay, I hope you haven't forgotten what we watched yesterday, because then you would have to rewatch it. But, going back to your body worn camera, you were on the scene, tending to the defendant, providing him first aid, and then riding with him in the ambulance to the hospital. That's where we left off.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, there's only two things I want to ask you. And did this defendant ever tell you on the body worn camera that we watched yesterday evening about the defendant being put in a chokehold?
No, ma'am.
Did this defendant ever tell you on that body worn camera that we watched about the victim spitting in his face?
No, ma'am.
Pass the witness.
All right, defense?
Thank you. Sergeant Martin, thank you. Now, yesterday we watched your body worn camera from that morning when you arrived, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And one of the first things you did was you ran over to Mr. Grant and tried to give him first aid, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And immediately, it looks like you took off maybe your belt to create a tourniquet for his leg. Is that?
So I actually carry a tourniquet on my belt.
Okay, so you're kind of ready for situations like this, just in case?
Unfortunately, we have to be.
Okay, and you can hear one of the first things you say to him, including the F word, is, "This is gonna hurt." And you use the F word, right?
Yes, ma'am.
That's you on camera saying it.
That is me.
Okay, and to be fair, I think it's said multiple times, right?
It definitely hurts.
Okay, and the truth is, you curse at times, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And citizens curse at times, right?
They do.
And I think Mr. Grant used the F word several times in speaking with you, right?
I have no issues with that. Yes, ma'am.
And you didn't take that as some type of insult or attack at you, right?
No, ma'am, not at all.
Okay. And his shirt, the state made a point of having you read his shirt, and you noted it said, "Da asshole," which is his nickname, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And then it said versus all you MFers, right?
Something along those lines, yes.
Okay. And again, a citizen can wear a shirt like that, they have First Amendment right to do that, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And this was not at a church event, right? This is a motorcycle event.
Correct.
And so, these other men are not offended by his shirt, right?
No one complained of being offended by his shirt.
Okay. And did you know the name of this motorcycle event was Texas versus the World?
I did not.
Okay. And so, but the shirt he had said, "Da asshole" versus everyone else, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so that kind of mimics this event, right?
Sure, I don't know what his intention with it was.
Okay, sure. And you don't know if Mr. Grant sells those shirts or if he's a businessman and that's product, do you?
I know nothing about him, other
Okay.
than I put a tourniquet on him.
Fair. And you would agree that wearing curse words or saying foul things does not give someone the right to come up and physically attack Mr. Grant, does it?
Not specifically correct.
Okay. And you said in watching the video around minute 12, you say that Mr. Grant says that Mr. Hood started coming at me, so I shot him. Is that how you believe, what you believe he said to you?
So, when we were in the ambulance and he was going through that particular timeline, he said that he drew his firearm and Mr. Hood
Deceased?
came towards him and he started firing.
And so you believe he said that Mr. Hood started coming at him and he fired?
That was my understanding from what he was saying at that moment.
Okay. I'm gonna try and get this teed up as soon as I can and see if we can listen to that again for the jury and see if you don't hear something different. May I approach, Your Honor? I
You
got the
may.
exhibits.
Yes, you may. 37.
Thank you, Your Honor. So Sergeant Martin, I am going to try and cue up the portion, and that would have happened when you guys were in the ambulance, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And he had already at that point told you several times that Mr. Hood had attacked him, right?
He may have said it, but I was focused on applying a tourniquet and making sure that he didn't die.
And I assure you, Mr. Grant appreciates what you did to save his life that day. So you weren't listening to really what he was saying.
Not at that time.
Okay, so really you watching this body camera has shown you things you did not hear at the scene, right?
Correct.
Okay. So at the time, you weren't paying attention to how he was, or what he was saying happened leading up to him being shot, right?
So I think you would need to define specifically which time you're speaking of. If we're talking about out in the parking lot when I'm applying a tourniquet, correct, I may not have necessarily heard everything that he was saying. But in the ambulance, when I was specifically listening to what he was saying, I would have heard what he said.
Understood. And you believed in the ambulance at the time that he was saying that when Mr. Hood started approaching him, he shot at him.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm gonna play your body camera, which is State's Exhibit 37. Okay. And so I'm gonna start playing that about 11 minutes and 30 seconds into State's Exhibit 37, okay? And I want you to listen. I'm gonna let it play for about 30 seconds, and then you're gonna start talking to him about what happened. And I want you to listen and see if you hear what Mr. Grant is saying happened.
Yes, sir. All right. Yes, sir. Do you have any medical problems? No, sir. No, sir. Are you allergic to anything? No, sir. Do you take any medicine for anything? No, sir.
Son, did he get you twice or just?
I think I shot myself. He walked up.
Were you appendix carrying?
Yes, right here.
Probably,
When I crawled it, this my image right here.
so there may be another shot over here somewhere.
No, I pulled it out, and he was fucking coming at me, and then I.
Did you hear what he said there?
I pulled it out and he had started coming at me.
I want you to listen in and see if he's actually saying he was steady coming at me. Have you ever heard that phrase?
No, ma'am.
Okay. I want you to listen again and see what you think.
When I crawled it, this my image right here.
So there may be another shot over here somewhere.
No, I pulled it out, and he was fucking coming at me, and then I started popping up.
He was steady coming at me, or he was starting coming at me?
It could go either way. The ringing in my ears is.
So you're not sure if he said Mr. Hood was steady coming at me? Or do you know if he said that?
To me, it sounds like starting.
Okay. I'm gonna play it one more time and see, and if you hear starting, we'll let the jury decide.
No, sir. No, sir.
Are you allergic to anything?
No, sir.
Do you take any medicine for anything?
No, sir.
Did he get you twice or just
I
once?
think I shot myself. I just walked up.
Were you appendix carried?
Yes, right here.
Probably,
When I draw it, this my gun right
so
here.
there may be another shot over here somewhere.
No, I pulled it out, and he was fucking coming at me, and then I started.
And Sergeant Martin, is it possible he said Mr. Hood was steady coming at him?
It is possible, yes, ma'am.
Okay, and there's a lot of noise in this ambulance, right? There's people.
They aren't the quietest things.
And so, to be fair, there may be things that were said that you interpreted or heard when, at the time, and now, in a calm setting, you see it might be different.
That's plausible, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And I know the answer here, but you never watched the clips of what had occurred between Mr. Hood and Mr. Grant before the shooting, right?
I still haven't seen them.
Okay. So you have no idea what Mr. Hood was doing to Mr. Grant before this happened?
Correct.
You have no idea whether Mr. Hood placed him in a chokehold, right?
Correct.
And the fact that Mr. Grant didn't say that on the tape doesn't mean that it didn't happen, right?
Correct.
No further questions.
State,
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
may this witness be released?
I have no objections, Your
All
Honor.
right, defense, may this witness be released?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
State, call your next witness.
Your Honor, at this time, state calls Tony Cox, Officer Tony Cox to the stand. Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes, you may.
is Tony, that's Toni, Cox, Cox. I have been with the city of Irving for 11 years. I've been a police officer for 9.5 years, and I've been in the crime scene unit for just under 6 years. Some of the training that they require us to take is digital photography, fingerprint comparison and identification, and then NIBIN, which is the National Integrated Ballistic Information Network.
Wow, Tony, you really got ahead of me over there.
Sorry.
Officer Cox, walk us through the process of becoming an Irving police officer.
Okay, so we go to the police academy. I actually went to TCC. It is a 6-week-long process. At the end of that, then we take the state test, which makes us a police officer.
And you said you have been with crime scene for how long?
Just under 6 years.
And before we get into the specifics of this case, just walk us through a day in the life of Irving crime scene.
Okay, so we typically get the call once everything is safe, so suspects in custody. So we go out to the scene. Sometimes it's from my residence, it just depends, we are on call. Sometimes it's obviously when I'm in the office. So we'll get out there. What I like to do is walk the scene, kind of see what I've got, what kind of evidence I have. At that point, usually there's a sergeant on scene that kind of gives us a clip notes version of what happened. Then I'll get my camera out and take overall photographs of the scene. If I can get an address or whatever the business is, I take pictures of that. Again, just kind of give you a visual idea of where it all happened. When we're taking pictures, we take an overall, and then we take a medium view, and then we take a close-up. So we do that of the location, as well as all of the evidence, anything that we find that's important to the case. After I've taken my overall photographs, then we'll put evidence placards out. We use yellow evidence placards. They also have little mini rulers on it, so when we put it in front of the evidence, you kind of get an idea of how big, what the evidence is you're looking at. And that comes into importance, especially when you're talking about fire cartridges that are small, and I work nights, so a lot of my cases are at night. It's dark outside, so it just kind of, like I said, gives you an idea of what exactly you're looking at. If it's a big case, we'll actually do Faro, which is a 360 viewer. You can actually go into it and get measurements of everything that you're looking at. And again, it just kind of gives you a visual aid. It's in HD, so it's super clear of what you're looking at. And then after we do all of that, usually discuss it with the detective. We'll go ahead and pull all the evidence that we're going to seize. Take that back to the crime scene office. Once I get it back to the crime scene office, again, I said I work nights. So I like to take pictures of the evidence that I collect in a controlled environment where there's light. So I'll lay all the evidence out. We put craft paper down on our evidence table in the bag, and I'll take additional photos. If I collect anything as far as clothing that's wet, bloody, any of that, we put them in drying cabinets, and they'll stay in that until they're dried. At that time, usually I'll pull them out and then take additional photographs, just because when they're bloody, after they have a chance to dry, they kind of shrink up a little bit, so it just gives you a better view of what you're actually looking at.
Some of that background that you were doing back in the property room in Irving, would it include firing off test rounds?
Yes, so anytime we seize any type of guns, it is our SOP, which is our standard operating procedure, that we test fire all guns. We currently have a shoot tank that we take them to. So we take the gun back to the shoot tank, we fire 2 rounds through it. The reason that we do that is, a gun isn't gonna fire the same way every single time, right? We like to have an example, 2 good examples that we can look at underneath the microscope, so that we can get a good reading on that gun.
And tell us what's the background as to why you do that?
Right. So when we run the cartridges into NIBIN, What it does is it compares to all of the cartridges that have been uploaded anywhere in this area.
Tony, Officer Cox, I'm sorry, I'm gonna ask you to backtrack for me for 1 second.
Okay.
Tell us where cartridges are.
Okay, so fire cartridges, when you put a bullet into a gun and it fires, the bullet is gonna go out the gun and then the cartridge pops out. So it's what's called a fire cartridge. When the firing pin hits that cartridge, it leaves a mark. Each mark is individual to that gun, just like a fingerprint. You leave a fingerprint on the scene, we can identify you as being that scene. When a bullet or when the firing pin hits that cartridge, it leaves a specific mark. And what we do is when we upload that into NIBIN, it gets sent to the correlation center. So we have people that's all they do is look at fire cartridges all day. When you line them up, again, it's just like a fingerprint. You're looking at the ridges and the way that they line up on that fire cartridge. Again, that's why we do two, because I want to get a clean representation of what that gun actually shoots.
Now, you mentioned the words NIBIN,
Yes.
Officer Cox. What is NIBIN?
NIBIN is the National Integrated Ballistic Information Network. And again, so there's two divisions of that. There's a division that does bullets. So again, if we get a bullet that's left on scene, that can be sent in. Our division at Irving, we just do fire cartridges. We just have better success with that, and they tend to be more accurate.
And so, when you're placing a fire cartridge into NIBIN, what is that information you're getting back from NIBIN generally?
Okay, so when we get fire cartridges on a scene, we automatically do what's called a triage. So anywhere from I had one case that had 102 cartridges. I have to look at those each individually underneath the microscope and see, okay, these look like they're all the same, so we only enter one of those. And then these look like they're all the same, so we enter one of those. So once we input those, like I said, those go to the correlation center and they will stay there, like a fingerprint stays there, they will stay there forever. And then once we test fire, we put those into the computer and those get run through all the databases. Now when we test fire, the information that we put in there is all the information that we have on that gun. So once that gets put in there, if for some reason that gun gets released back to the system and gets fired again, that will come back to that gun.
So, kind of, to simplify for this jury, right?
Yes.
Let's say I fire off a gun, it's used in hypothetically a murder. You have placed that fired cartridge into NIBIN, and now it's in this database, is that right?
Yes.
Now, let's say that gun somehow gets into another hand, is then used again for maybe another murder. Would you be able to relate that back, that this was the same gun used in these two crimes?
That is correct. So we get emails through the correlation center that says, okay, that cartridge that you entered on whatever date comes back to this handgun. And again, it gives serial number, all the information that department has. It also, so again, it gets released back into the world. Incident happens in Dallas. It will come back, DPD incident, whatever number it is with that handgun was used in an ag assault, shooting at an occupied building, whatever it might be. Then it gets released again and goes to Amarillo. Again, it's gonna come back with an Amarillo report number, with the same serial number and everything that identifies it.
Now, Tony, after throwing all this, Officer Cox, after throwing all this information to the jury, let's talk about specifically on July 24, 2021. What shift are you working that day?
I work night shift, so 2 p.m. to midnight.
And at some point in your day, do you get called out to a shooting call?
Yes, ma'am.
Now walk me through, where is it that you go first? Do you go to the crime scene or do you go somewhere else?
So in this case, I actually went to the hospital first. We try to, if we've got victims or suspects at the hospital, we try to get that evidence first, just because it's more perishable.
You said the word perishable. Tell us what that means.
So evidence degrades, any type of evidence degrades, whether it be weather, whether it be, like blood. Obviously, a lot of people wanna wash their hands right, wanna wash the blood off of them. All of that is perishable. So that's why I try to get my photographs as soon as I can. Obviously, if they're in CT or if they're in surgery, obviously I can't go in there and get that evidence, but I try to go as soon as I can so that I can get the evidence as it was as soon as I get there.
Are one of those pieces of evidence that you're looking for, would it be gunshot residue swabs?
Yes, ma'am.
Walk us through that.
So, SWIFT, which is our medical examiner, Southwest Institute of Forensic Sciences, they give us a kit that includes, they have little daubers in them, and that's what you use to collect your GSR samples. Now, we can do that on people, we can do that on cars, pretty much anything. All you're gonna do is, in the paperwork that you fill out, you're gonna label where they come from. For us, again, going back to our standard operating procedures, if it's on a person, we have to take photographs of that person first. So we do an overall photograph of that person, we have them put their hands out, flat, and then we have them flip over. And again, that's gonna document if there's any stippling from the gunshot residue, if there's any blood on there. And again, that goes back to, have they had a chance to wash their hands, because that's gonna degrade your sample. And have they had a chance to shower, and that kind of evidence as well.
And is it necessarily just the fact that they're washing their hands or showering, or is gunshot residue on your hands kind of disintegrating, just as, you know, you're going throughout your day as a living person?
Absolutely. For example, if I go to the range and I shoot my gun, within a couple of hours, most of that residue is off. As I'm just walking, or if I touch my pants, again, you're getting a lot of that evidence comes off. I'm also a sweater, so I naturally sweat a lot, so that evidence is going to go off, especially in times of stress.
But would there be a difference between a living person who's able to do their daily movements and get rid of residue versus a deceased person?
Absolutely.
Can you tell us what the difference would be?
So obviously, a deceased person can't move, right? Now, there is movement if they were sent to the hospital in an ambulance, you've got that movement there, to the OR table, to the morgue, and all of that. That's one of the reasons I try to get there as soon as I can, so that I can collect those samples, when they're still gonna be a more accurate number.
Officer Cox, do you remember exactly what time you responded to the hospital in this case?
I do not.
A general idea as to around what time you might have responded?
Can I check my paperwork? Can I check my report?
Absolutely. Any question, Linda?
Needless to say, I work a lot of shootings, so I don't always remember exactly what that. I arrived at the hospital at 9:29.
And when you arrive at the hospital, before you start collecting the physical evidence, Officer Cox, what are one of the first things that you do in this case?
Talked to the sergeant.
And that is to just gather information, is that right?
Right, and mainly to find out where they're at, right? Where are my patients at, so that I know exactly where to go.
And then at that point, after you've gotten the information that you need to start doing your job, is one of the first things that you normally do is to start taking pictures?
Yes, ma'am.
Officer Cox, would you recognize, and some of your pictures have already been entered into evidence, so I will show you those, and I'll also approach with states 38 through 75. Permission to approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Your Honor, permission to move about the well?
You may.
Thank you, Judge. I'm also going to show you states kind of out of order, so let me, while you look at those, let me figure these out. And now I'm showing you states 9 through 35, which are already in evidence. Let me look at these here. And I'll tender this to the defense counsel. Tony, are states 38 through 75, are these some of the pictures that you took on this crime scene?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, this time state moves to enter states 38 through 75, tendering to defense.
Did you say 38 through 75?
Yes, Your Honor. Needless to say, Tony, Officer Cox, you took a lot of pictures,
Yes, ma'am.
whether it be at the scene or at the hospital.
Yes, ma'am.
So 38 through 75 depicts the scene as well as the hospital.
Yes, Your Honor. We'll go through some of the pictures that we have up there with you, since these have already been entered into evidence. I don't wanna go out of order. Let's go back to the hospital.
Okay.
You're at the hospital, you,
No objection, Your Honor, to these
Alright.
exhibits.
States exhibits 38 through 75 are admitted for all purposes.
thank you, Judge. May I have permission to publish?
Yes, you may.
Officer Cox, you're at the hospital, you're taking pictures, who are you taking pictures of?
So at this case, I took pictures of both the victim and the suspect.
And why is that?
Just to document, again, as they are at the hospital, to document any wounds that they have. And again, goes back to what kind of blood that they have on them and the GSR as well.
Are you also documenting injuries for both parties in this case?
Correct.
Would you explain what GSR is?
I'm sorry, gunshot residue. So again, when you're shooting a gun, the pressure as it's propelling the bullet out, the gunshot residue comes out of the gun and lands, whether it be depending on where you're shooting the gun from, could be on your hands, on your shirt, on the person that you're shooting at's shirt, pants, wherever they're shooting at.
And besides collecting the GSR swabs, you also collect both the victim and the defendant's clothes at the scene.
That's correct.
And again, is that just standard procedure at Irving Police Department?
Yes, ma'am.
So your job is to just make sure anything that has any evidentiary value gets collected by you gets photographed and entered into Irving property room.
That's correct.
And I'm gonna start, Tony, Officer Cox. I'm gonna start with states 48 to stay in order as to what we're talking about. We're at the hospital. Tell me what it is that we're looking at in this picture.
So that's again going back to documenting the gunshot residue test that I'm going to do on the hands. We like to see both sides of the palm, front and back, as long as they're able to do that.
And that would be states 48.
Correct.
Now, states 49.
That's just gonna be a closer up view of the palm.
Now, Officer Cox, just going back to 48, would this belong to the defendant or the victim?
That's the defendant.
States 50, can you walk us through what we're kind of looking at in this picture?
Okay, so that's the left leg.
And again, who would that be?
That's the defendant.
States 51
A close up of the wound,
and states 52.
and then yet a closer up of the wound.
States 53,
It's gonna be the right leg.
and what can we see in this picture?
There's a bullet defect in the leg.
You called it a bullet defect. Tell this jury what that means.
Okay, so when a bullet enters anything, whether it be concrete, leg, shirt, it leaves a hole. Depending on what size of bullet, obviously a shotgun versus a pistol is gonna be a little different. But it leaves a demarcated area where you can see it going in.
Moving on to states 54.
Just a closer up of that.
And states 55.
Okay, and then that would just be a chest shot. So what our standard operating procedure is when we're doing overalls is to try to get a front and a back view of whomever it is that I'm taking photographs of. In this case, because of the injuries, I was not able to do a back shot.
And that would be because the defendant was being medically treated at the time.
Correct.
So even though your job is to take these pictures, you're not going to disturb the medical treatment being provided to him just to collect evidence.
That's correct.
And states 56.
Just a chest and abdomen shot of.
States 57, tell me, has the subject changed in this picture?
Yes, this is the victim.
And what do we see on the top, middle, back of the victim?
So there is an injury to his upper back.
Would that be classified as a bullet defect as you testified to earlier?
Yes, ma'am.
Now we're looking at states 58. Can you point us out what we're looking at in this picture?
So kind of the lower back area here.
And do we see bullet defects in that area?
Yes, ma'am.
Where would those be? You should be able to mark, annotate on your side as soon as I press this button. And mark up where you see those bullet defects. States 59 is just a close-up.
Correct.
And can you see another bullet defect?
Yes, right here.
State 60.
So there looks like two there, here, and here. And then just a close up of those.
State 61, are we still able to see those two bullet defects?
Yes, ma'am.
And state 62.
So kind of a side, it's a chest view, but it kind of gets the left side.
And state 63.
Just a close up.
But now we can see Mr. Hood's face.
Yes, ma'am.
And before we get into state 64. You testified earlier that, you're taking pictures at the scene, at the hospital, but you're also taking certain pictures back at Irving property room, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And so some of the pictures that we might be looking at starting in state 64, those would correlate to not being in an outdoor setting, but at the Irving property room.
Yes, ma'am.
And what are we looking at in state 64?
This is a fire cartridge.
State 65,
It's just a medium view of it.
state 66,
Okay, this is gonna be a pistol that was used.
states 67,
Just a close-up of the pistol.
68,
The other side of the pistol.
and 69.
And that's just to show the serial number of the pistol.
State 70, whose shoes might we be looking at in this picture?
I think these are the suspect shoes.
Would it be correct for me to say that these might be the victim's shoes?
Objection, Your Honor, the state is testifying.
Overruled.
You can
Whose
answer.
shoes are these if you know? If you don't know, say you don't know.
I don't know.
But the next picture, Tony, that we're looking at, Officer Cox, states 71, whose clothing are we looking at in this picture?
This is gonna be the victim's clothing. His shirt,
And state 72,
the victim.
and in state 71, are we able to see some defects in this shirt?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you point that out to the jury? Let me change the color before you try. Okay, let's try now.
Don't break the TV.
State 72 we discussed, state 73, whose shirt is that?
This is gonna be the suspect shirt.
Do you wanna review your notes, Tony? Do you remember whose shirt this is?
Hang on just a second. That's the victim's shirt.
Now, if I go back to states 70, do you recall whose shoes we're looking at?
That's the victim's shoes.
And Your Honor, I'm gonna object. If the witness doesn't have an independent memory, she needs to state she doesn't recall. She is testifying from her report at this point.
I'll let you freshen your memory by looking at your report if you don't recall whose item of clothing or property that you're looking at. But she did say Exhibit 73 is the victim's shirt, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay,
Yes.
well, complainant's shirt.
These are the victim's shoes. Oh, this is the victim's shirt now.
And Officer Cox, I'll tell you to, if you can put away your report if you're not
yes.
refreshing
Sorry.
your recollection. Thank you. Moving on to state 74, is that a close-up of that same shirt we saw in 73?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you tell us how this close-up is different or what it shows in state 74?
There's actually stippling from the gun shop residue.
And can you point that out to the jury?
I'm trying not to break the, there's just this black area here.
Is it not showing?
No,
Apparently it won't let me change the color. It just wants to stick with one color. But would it be accurate for me to say you're describing this area?
yes,
And state 75,
That's just a full view of the shirt.
Officer Cox, when we were looking at pictures in states 48 and 49, which you described earlier as the defendant's hands, walk us through the process of collecting GSR on this defendant.
Okay, so, what we do is we collect pretty much the entirety of the hand. We focus on all of the palm, also on the other side, around the, outer part of the thumb, all the way around the hands, and then we go up to about halfway up their arm.
And would this be the same process that you would repeat with the victim in this case?
That's correct.
Now. Your Honor, permission to approach the witness?
You may.
All right, Officer Cox, we're gonna start getting into some of the items that you have brought with us. If you can, pull out for me those GSR swap kits while I get my evidence there.
This is the defendant's, this is on top.
I'm going to states 80 being the defendant's GSR swab kit, and states 81 would be the victim's, is that right?
Yes.
And can you walk us through this biohazard sticker that is on these envelopes?
Yes, so anytime we're collecting any bit of evidence from a person, so blood swabs, GSR, vomit, sperm, any of that, we put a biohazard sticker. That way, we remember when we come back to trial, but also if the property room is dealing with that evidence and there's anything leaking from it, that way they know to wear gloves when they're dealing with it.
But it's safe to say, without opening these two items, the items contained in would be the GSR swabs that you had taken on these kits.
That's correct.
And are there any identifying markers that these items have been in the custody or in your custody at our ring police?
Yes, ma'am. So the evidence tape, we initial, date, timestamp as we are sealing the evidence up.
Your Honor, this time state moves to enter states 80 and 81, tendering to defense.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, State's Exhibits 80 and 81 are admitted for all purposes.
Thank you, Judge. And Officer Cox, besides the GSR swabs that you're taking, let's go back to the scene. You respond to 7505 North MacArthur Boulevard when you get to the scene?
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm going to go back to those scene pictures, starting from states 9. Now, previously been published from the jury and then continuing on. States 9, Officer Cox, walk us through what we're looking at in these crime scene pictures.
So this is going back to, I take the overall of where the location is, which happens to be in Kroger.
And with every picture, are we gonna see kind of a close-up view of, a zoomed out view?
Correct. So zoomed out, medium, and then a close-up.
States 10 is just that close-up.
Yes.
And that Kroger, is that located in Irving?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that in Dallas County,
Yes, ma'am.
in the state of Texas?
Yes, ma'am.
Walk us through what we're looking at here.
So the area is going to be their Kroger gas pumps.
And states 12.
And this is just the parking lot right in front of Kroger.
States 13.
So blood on the front bumper, God bless you, sorry, front bumper of this vehicle.
States 14.
Just a close-up of it.
Now, states 15, are we going to start seeing those evidence marker that you were describing to this jury earlier?
Yes, ma'am.
Walk us through the ones we see in this picture.
So placard 9 is going to be kind of the blood pooling in front of the car. 10 is the blood on the actual vehicle itself. Placard 11 is going to be the victim's shirt, and I can't see the other placard numbers in there.
And state 16.
That's going to be the rear of the same vehicle.
State 17.
So vehicles, excuse me, including the trucks and trailers.
On states 18, do you recall whose bike we're looking at?
This is going to be the defendant's bike.
States 19, would you just take another angle?
Yes, ma'am.
And states 20.
Same bike.
Now, states 21, tell me what car is this that we're looking at? Or whose car is it specifically?
This is the victim's truck.
Now, Officer Cox, as we go through these pictures, if you're able to kind of locate us in this parking lot, and I will use this black and green trailer that we saw in states 12. If you can tell me where in proximity to this black and green trailer, if you can recall, was this truck that we're looking at as we go through these pictures. So we're gonna move on to states 22, which is the other angle of this truck,
Yes,
and states 23, which is,
the trailer.
and states 24 kind of goes back to that Ford Focus.
Yes.
States 25,
That's going to be right next to the Ford Focus.
states 26. Tell me the significance of this picture.
So the cones is how our patrol guys like to mark my evidence. So that's going to be where they found the defendant's gun as well as some fire cartridges.
Now, so when we're in states 26, do you recall where that Ford Focus is compared to, again, this is that black green trailer, there's the defendant's gun. Where would the Ford Focus be? Can you recall at all?
I honestly don't remember it.
Okay, no problem. And Officer Cox, we've gone back to the Ford Focus on Exhibit 27. It's just the other side of that car?
Correct.
Now, States 28 might kind of be a little helpful. Do you see that black and green trailer?
Yes,
And can you point us out where the Ford Focus is in comparison to that black and green trailer?
so it's almost directly in front of it.
And States 31, which is just a farther out picture.
Yes, ma'am.
States 32, same thing.
Yes, ma'am.
States 33, now we're kind of focused back in on that black and green trailer. Where do we see your placards and what do they signify?
So, the pistol, as well as the magazine, are 1 and 2, and then 3 and 4 are gonna be the fire cartridges. Excuse me, as well as 7 and 8 that are kind of on the side of in front of the trailer, but kind of on the side of the picture.
Now going on to States 34, can we kind of see that better?
Yes, ma'am.
So you said 1 and 2 you're described as the gun and the magazine,
Yes, ma'am.
and that's how you found it on the scene.
Yes, ma'am.
And in 3, we can kind of see that fired cartridge on the ground.
Yes, ma'am.
35 is just focusing back in,
Correct.
and are those the same pictures that we saw in states 66 through 69 that you took back at Irving Police?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's the same gun we're looking at.
Yes, ma'am.
Going back to states 38, which is going to be that silver, Chevy Silverado.
That's the rear of the truck.
And I think 39 would be the better picture to show you, but can you see what is next to that Chevy Silverado?
A work van?
And can you still see kind of in the background that black and green trailer maybe, or the white Ford Focus?
Yes.
Can you point that out for us?
That didn't do very good. And then that's the trailer.
Now, moving on to states 40. Whose motorcycles would those be, if you recall?
Those should be the victims.
And that's because from your knowledge of the scene, you're aware that this Chevy Silverado truck in states 39 belongs to the victim.
Correct.
And states 41, Officer Cox, again, I'm gonna ask you, now can you kinda, again, place where that white Ford Focus and that black and green trailer would be
Yes.
if this truck is standing, by this white work van?
Yes.
Can you point that out to us?
So the Ford Focus is kind of right in front of the squad car.
You can try to draw it as best as you can.
I'm not a very good drawer if y'all haven't figured that out yet.
I might need to take you back, Officer Cox, to the better picture that I showed you that kind of told us where these two other vehicles were in comparison. So if we're looking at states 31 again, which shows that same white van, the Ford Focus, and the black and green trailer, where is this Chevy Silverado in that picture?
You may want to erase the circle. that's
Sorry, Your
around it. Can you ask the question again?
Yes, Your Honor, I'm
Sorry.
sorry. If we can see the black and green trailer, we can see the white Ford Focus, we can see that work van, that's that white car, where would the Chevy Silverado truck be?
On the other side of the van.
Would you be able to kind of, make some sort of marking as to where that would be?
Okay, that didn't work very well.
Here, I can clear Officer Cox, how, when you got onto the scene, how did you get access to this Chevy Silverado?
The keys were at the hospital with the victim.
So when you approached this scene on States 21, this Chevy Silverado, we can see that truck again to kind of place us where we are. You have got the keys at the hospital.
Correct.
You used those keys to unlock this truck, is that right?
Yes, it was locked.
And once you unlock this truck, do you kind of do an inventory search?
Yes, so when I'm taking pictures of the inside of the vehicle, I do it kind of the same time, or same way as I do the outside. I go around. So I take pictures of the front drivers, rear drivers, walk around, take rear passenger, and then front passenger.
And would you do the same thing of the items located inside the truck? Is that right, Officer Cox?
That is correct.
Now, I'm gonna start with the interior of the vehicle, starting with States 42. Tell us what we're looking at in this picture.
So keys, to the vehicle. It looks like a Chevy and a BMW key. Sorry, the envelope in there is just what I collect, evidence with, and that's what I used to collect the keys when I was at the hospital, just to clarify that.
And States 43, are we still looking at more items in that truck?
Yes,
And-
driver's license and a credit card.
And who does that belong to?
Kenesha Renee Hall.
And States 44,
That's gonna be the center console.
there we go. What is it that we're looking at?
The center console has a cell phone on top of it.
And States 45.
That's going into, I have opened the center console and those are the items that are inside the center console.
And a better picture of that would be States 46.
Yes, this,
And again, whose truck are we looking at?
this is the victim's truck.
States 47 kind of gives us another idea.
Yes, that's got keys with an ID in it.
Officer Cox, when you open up this car and locate this pistol in the center console with a cell phone sitting on top of it, walk us through some indications that you would have of whether this gun was used and how you would know that.
So anytime I take any type of gun into custody, we do what's called, we make it clear. So in other words, making it safe for other people to be around it. So I'll eject the magazine and pull back the slide. So if it has a bullet in the chamber, that bullet's gonna pop out, right? The magazine's gone, pop that slide back and make sure it's clear. Again, look down the barrel, make sure that there's not a round stuck in there somehow. So I do that with any type of pistol or rifle that I clear.
Now, the other thing I wanted to ask you was, would there have been any indications when you opened this truck door or unlocked this truck door that would tell you that this weapon had been recently fired in your training experience?
So typically, when a gun has recently been fired, it smells like gunshot residue. There's just kind of an odor. I go to the range all the time. It's the lead smell, right? It's strong, especially if you're in an enclosed area. If you're shooting in a tiny range like we have at Irving, it's gonna be super strong, but you still get ventilation, right? But in a closed-up vehicle, if a gun is fired and you immediately go put it in there, even when I would have opened that center console, it would have smelled like it had been recently fired.
Now, Officer Cox, you take this gun into custody and walk me through the condition of this weapon. Is the magazine loaded, not loaded? Describe that for me.
Okay, so the magazine was loaded. It had rounds in the magazine, but there was not a round in the actual chamber of the gun.
But when you, I wanna go back to the gunshot smell, the residue smell. Did you smell that lead when you unlocked that truck?
I did not.
Did you smell lead when you opened that center console?
I did not.
And I kind of went back on my question, but we were talking about the fact whether this weapon was loaded or not.
Correct. There were bullets in the magazine, but there was not one in the chamber, so it was not ready to go.
Now, you said it's not ready to go. Officer Cox, in your experience as an Irving police officer who's tended to how many crime scenes at this point?
Hundreds.
How many guns have you found that may have bullets in the magazine but not loaded one in the chamber?
None. Up until this one, this is the first one that I've ever been on scene that was not locked and loaded, as we like to say, or in other words, ready to fire.
Permission to approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Officer Cox, looking at States 82, tell us what is contained in this box.
This is a pistol with magazine.
And has this weapon been cleared prior to us opening the sealed box?
We made it clear back in the back so it would be safe for everybody.
And is that normal procedure in a courtroom proceeding?
Yes.
That's because no one wants a accidentally loaded gun
No.
brought in at trial, is that right?
Correct.
And tell us some of the other items contained in States 82, I believe, 82.
So there's the pistol, along with the magazine. This pistol was actually test fired at EPS lab, so the evidence that they collected is in here as well. And then the zip ties, just to make it clear that the gun is safe.
Your Honor, at this time, State moves to enter States 82, which is the box containing the gun, the magazine, and the evidence from DPS. So all of the contents of the box as States 82 entering to defense.
The box and its contents.
Yes, Your Honor.
Exhibit 2.
And
Any
Officer Cox,
objections?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, State's Exhibit 82 is admitted for all purposes.
and Officer Cox, just to make it clear for the record, States 82 would be the defendant's gun, is that accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
And those are the same pictures that we have kind of seen earlier. I'm gonna put this up, States 35. This is the same gun, or State 66, which is back at Irving PD. This would be the same gun that we're looking at.
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, permission to publish to the jury?
You may.
I'm trying to place this box with you. while I walk around. So States 82, as we said, is the gun, the magazine, and some evidence. That's also up on the screen at State 66, some of the previous pictures that you had taken.
Yes, ma'am.
And this was the only gun that was found on scene, that was fired.
Correct.
And you testified about, doing some tests on your own, firing off some test shots, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And are one of the reasons that you fire off those test shots is kind of to make sure that, this gun is working properly?
That is correct, yes, ma'am.
Besides the fact that you're collecting these cartridges and then placing them in that database.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, going back to States 83, whose gun is contained in this box?
This is the victim's gun.
And walk me through the other contents of States 83.
Okay, it also has a pistol, a magazine, and then the evidence that was collected by DPS.
And again, Officer Cox, this gun was made safe prior to us opening this box and bringing it out in front of the jury.
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, state offers States 83, which is the victim's gun, the magazine, and the evidence from DPS, all contained in the box, tendering to defense.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, State's Exhibit 83 is admitted for all purposes.
Now, just to make it clear to the jury, this is the same weapon that is found inside the locked Chevy Silverado, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Permission to publish to the jury, Your Honor?
You may.
Not gonna put it here. And again, with no indications that this weapon was actually, had been recently fired, is that right, Officer Cox?
That is correct.
You also fired this gun to make sure that it was in proper working condition.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, let's talk about the fired cartridges that are collected on scene and that you do enter into the system of NIBIN.
Okay.
Would you be able to collect those from your?
Yes.
And Officer Cox, as you're doing that, do you remember, can you recall how many fired cartridges you collected on scene?
I believe there were 4. You just want the fired cartridges, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry, I
You have all
Yes.
permission to approach again, Your Honor?
You may.
All right.
And how many together, altogether they were they?
4.
And you know that these are the fired cartridges from the scene because you were the one who collected them, is that right, Officer Cox?
Yes.
And again, are there any other indicators on this packaging that tells you that these have been in your custody at Irving Police Department?
Yes.
What are those indicators?
The evidence tape, again, date, timestamp with initials and badge number, as well as the labels have exactly what is contained in the envelope.
Your Honor, at this time, state offers into evidence States 84 through 87, tendering to defense.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, State's Exhibits 84 through 87 are admitted for all purposes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Officer Cox, now I'm going to ask you to open up these envelopes. And while you do that,
Ladies and gentlemen, would y'all like a 15-minute break, or would you power through this witness and then go to lunch?
Power through.
Power through? Okay.
As you see, I really like tape on my
kind of to go along with those, states 89, 88, 90, and 91.
Okay.
Are you familiar with all of these documents, Officer Cox?
Yes, ma'am.
And this is some of the stuff that you had been testifying to earlier this morning, you know, some of the test firing that you do at Irving Police yourself versus the information that's placed in NIBIN and then you get some information back. Would that be accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
And all of these documentation starting from 88 to 91 kind of describe some of that testing or those reports that you get back.
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, this time state offers into evidence states 88 through 91 can bring to defense.
All right, would you describe that for the record, are those ballistics reports?
Yes, Your Honor, states 88 is a report on the Springfield. Specifically, states 89 is also a test fire, and that would be for a 9mm Kel-Tec. States 90 is another test fire, which is for the Springfield. And states 91 is the NIBIN lead notification and information pertaining to that.
Thank you. Your Honor, may I take this witness on board about these reports?
Yes, you may.
And Investigator Cox, I know you just looked at State's Exhibits 88 through 91.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you actually create all of these reports, all 4 of them?
I did the cartridges on the scene. I believe Investigator Mosby is the one that actually did the test firing.
Okay, and so, State's Exhibit 88, and may I approach Your Honor just to make sure she knows what I'm talking about?
Yes.
Thank you. Just so you know which one's which.
I appreciate that.
I know you know which ones you did. You are saying you only created State's Exhibit 88, correct?
Correct.
89, 90, and 91 were created by a different officer, an Officer Mosby.
Correct.
Were you present when Officer Mosby performed his analysis?
Yes.
Okay, so you were actually with Officer Mosby
Yes.
during this?
Yes.
Okay, so you have firsthand knowledge of what he did and how he did it?
Correct.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. No objections.
All right, State's Exhibits 88 through 90 are admitted for all purposes.
Thank you, Your Honor, permission to publish?
Yes.
I don't know why I keep saying that.
That's why mine stay on.
Your Honor, did you also answer 91?
Yes, I said 88 through 91.
And I'll publish 88, which is, and I'll give you a copy of all of these, Officer Cox, just so you have the same information to look at, so we're not kind of guessing
Okay.
what we're talking about, just a separate copy. And I'll start with 88 and put that on the Elmo for the jury. And we've already entered the fired cartridges that we are going to open up for the jury as well. So,
And they are in individual envelopes as well, in the envelopes,
so
if that makes sense. They're in envelopes in the envelope.
states 84 would be one of the fired cartridges that's found on scene, is that right?
Yes.
And that could be any of those evidence markers that we saw that were placed by you on the scene, is that accurate?
That's correct.
And as we go through each of these envelopes, they would kind of contain, you know, the same fired cartridge, is that right?
Correct.
So, moving on to states 85. Again, and that fired cartridge is what's coming out of the gun, being left on the scene as kind of a fingerprint that you described.
Correct.
That fingerprint kind of leads you back to, you know, what gun fired this fired cartridge.
Correct.
And any other time that that gun fires off a fired cartridge, it'll always be the same kind of markings.
Correct.
This is states 86. States 87. Officer Cox, that report that we're looking at and the picture that we see, can you describe that to the jury?
Yes, ma'am. So the different views that are on this are just, so, okay, let me explain it this way. When we input the cartridge into the machine, there are many, many cameras in there, and what it does is it shines the light on different angles so that you can get the best picture of that cartridge. So the different pictures that are on this page are the same cartridge, but just different views where the light is flashing on it. So the head stamp on it is what the Spear 45 Auto, that's what's considered the head stamp.
And
So-
that would be this top.
Correct. And then the center of it, the little circle area, that's gonna be the firing pin impression. And then the 4 pictures below that are just different views of that firing pin impression.
So these on the bottom that you're referring to?
Yes, ma'am.
And so this machine is kind of helping you look at those ridges that you described earlier?
Yes, ma'am.
And specifically for this document that we're looking at, states 88, which does correspond to the Springfield, which belonged to the defendant, is that right?
Correct.
That we've already seen earlier entered into evidence. The defendant's gun was states exhibit 82.
Correct.
I'm going to move on to states 89. Again, Officer Cox, can you please walk us through the information that's pertained in this document?
Yes, so the top portion is just the case information, so case number, what kind of case it is, address, and then who entered the actual cartridge. Down below that is gonna be your test fire information, so each exhibit has a different number. All of our test fires are TF and whatever the number is. If I've got 6 guns that I'm test firing, there'll be a TF 1 through 6. Below that, the firing pin shape is just the impression. So this one happens to be circle, but there are different, there's elliptical, rectangular, etc. So that's gonna be on that bottom portion. And then the crime test fire, we'll either do it terminated or returned. So if we're just test firing a found weapon that we found on a scene, then that would be something that we would consider crime test returned. Also, if it's a auto theft case and the gun was stolen, again, we're gonna return that to the person that it actually belonged to. This one was terminated just because of the kind of call it is. The firearm exhibit is underneath that. Again, that's gonna combine with our firearms are gonna be F1, F2, the same as our test fires. We always match them up to that. And then the pictures are the same as they were in the previous picture. The top is just gonna be your head stamp with your firing pin impression, and then the bottom is gonna be your firing pin impressions.
And again, those are the same fingerprints that bullet would have, or a fired cartridge would have as it leaves that weapon.
That's correct.
Now, states 89, which I believe we're going back to the Springfield, yes. States 90, I'm sorry.
aren't in order, sorry. Okay.
Are 88 and 90 the same?
No, Your Honor, 88 and 90 are two different test fires that were conducted by Irving Police Department. 88 was conducted by Officer Cox herself. However, states 90 was conducted by Officer Mosby while Officer Cox was present.
Thank you.
So again, Officer Cox, this would kind of be the same walkthrough that we did for 89, that, you know, this is the same case information that's pertaining to this case. The fact that this case file, you know, crime test fire is terminated because of the kind of case it is,
Correct.
and the same kind of indications that you have already discussed with us.
Correct.
Now, I will move on to states 91. You threw out the word NIBIN a lot, and now the jurors kind of get to understand or see what NIBIN is about. So walk us through, this is the database, is that accurate?
That is correct.
And this database, just like a database that would collect fingerprints, this database is collecting fired cartridge casings.
That's correct.
So walk us through what this report told us about the fired test shots that you ran at Irving versus the ones that were picked up from the crime scene and loaded onto the database.
Okay, so what we do is we get what's called a NIBIN lead notification. So it's gonna break down what comes back to what. So if it's a fired cartridge that comes back to a fired cartridge, it breaks that down. If it's a test fire that comes back to a fired cartridge, it breaks that down. So if it's a test fire, it's gonna give you all the gun information that was entered, as well as what that compared to. So this first page is just gonna be your two, the case numbers that match, which is gonna be the same case number, which one thing that I do wanna clarify, so if I have multiple cartridges on scene plus test fires, we do the case number -1-2 because we want each of those test fires to also come back, or we want to test them against all the test fires, plus we want it to come back to any cartridges that come on scene. We want to rule out and rule in that they are matches. So that's why the top one is the case number, which is 21-16,000-2, because that's test fire 2. So we're comparing that not only to the cartridge that I found on scene, but also to the other gun that we test fired, if that makes sense.
And so the information from this report, what was the results from this with your test fires, with the information loaded onto NIBIN with the cartridges from scene? What was that information that you received?
So the fired cartridge that I inputted on scene matched back to the test fire 2, which was the Springfield.
And so that led you to the conclusion that this was the same gun that's used on scene, that's the same gun that you have in your custody at Irving Police?
Yes, ma'am.
In connection to this case?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I'm gonna ask you to go back into your box.
Okay.
And I promise I'm about to wrap up.
Okay.
Okay. Let me grab my exhibit stickers. Cox, we'll start with states 92, the smallest package. And you can Before you open it, let's talk about what's
Okay.
contained in states 92.
Okay, this is the victim's clothing that was picked up from Tarrant County Medical Examiner.
And you know that that's what the items contained are in this envelope, because once it's collected, it's provided to you at Irving Property Room.
That's correct.
Your Honor, this time state enters states 92, tendering to defense.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, State's Exhibit 92 is admitted for all purposes.
Now you're here. Yes. And Your Honor, just to, I don't know if I heard, was states 92
Yes,
admitted?
yes.
Thank you, Judge.
It's probably gonna be a bag in the bag. And another one.
We're not going to hurry until we find out.
It's like the little dolls there.
And that would be belonging to our victim, is that accurate?
That's correct.
And you said this was recovered from the ME's office after the autopsy was conducted?
That's correct.
To the back, to the back, to the back. And we'll move on to states 93, which I've already posted on that. While you open that, now, in this item, Officer Cox, how many items are contained in states 93?
There's 5.
5. And who would those items belong to?
This is the victim.
And these would be the items that you would have collected back at the hospital.
Correct.
Your Honor, at this time, state moves to enter states 93 with all of its contents, and I will mark each item with 93A, B, C, D, and E, Your Honor, as we pull them out, tendering to defense.
93 is what, that bag?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
And the
you said
contents,
the contents belong to who?
the victim, Your Honor.
Okay.
No objections, Your Honor.
All right. States Exhibit 93, 93A, B, C, D, and E. Is that what you were going to mark them as?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Are admitted for all purposes.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
You may.
It's gonna be tricky to,
I mean, you know.
So the the victim's shirt would be marked as 93A. This is the shirt you collected at the hospital.
That is correct.
And we can,
Sorry, the EMTs cut these sometimes, and sometimes it's
hard to figure out which way the shirt actually goes.
honestly, yeah. So this is gonna be the top. And that's the back.
It's okay, I will just kind of open it up and walk it through. And Officer Cox, we can see those bullet defects or bullet holes in this shirt. Is that accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
You want me to return it back in there?
That's fine.
And we'll mark the white undershirt that belonged to the victim as 93B.
This is just part that they cut off of it.
And again, we can see some of those bullet defects in this shirt as well, on the undershirt.
Yes,
Besides the blood, or the dry blood that we see on the shirt.
correct.
We'll mark the victim's pants as 93C. Again, these pants were collected at the hospital.
Correct.
And these have also been cut open, is that right, Officer Cox?
Yes, ma'am.
And we can also see some dried blood on the pants as well.
Yes, ma'am.
Ninety-three D would be the victim's socks that you took into custody again.
Yes, ma'am.
And we'll move on to 93E. And we saw the picture earlier of 93E, is that right?
Yes.
And both the shoes of the victim will be marked as 93E. And Officer Cox, in the pictures that we saw that you took, we could see some dried blood on one of the shoes, is that accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
It's kind of hard to tell now, years later, especially since the shoe is black.
Yes, ma'am.
And that would be the contents of State's Exhibit 93.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, moving on to State's 94. Who does that belong to before you open it up? And this would be all the items or his property that was taken on scene, is that accurate?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, well, yes, go ahead. Officer Cox, do you know how many items are contained in State's 94?
5.
Cox, I did try to open that. These items were taken from the defendant at the hospital,
Correct.
and you took them into your custody.
Yes.
This time statements to enter states 94 into evidence tendering to defense.
Are you going to, name the items in the back?
Yes, Your Honor, as I take out each item, I believe there's 5 items located in the bag. I will continue to label them as A, B, C, D, and E, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, State Exhibits 94 and 94A to E are admitted for all purposes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Permission to publish to the jury.
You may.
And the first item, 94A, would be the defendant's boots. Officer Cox?
Yes, ma'am.
I'll place them here while we. And 94B would be the defendant's pants. And again, these have been cut open and have blood on them as he was tended to by the paramedics.
Correct.
Officer Cox, is it safe to say that, you know, paramedics don't really care for or take care of the evidence as well as a crime scene officer would?
Yes. Unfortunately.
Do they kind of make your job a little bit harder?
A lot harder.
94C would be the defendant's socks. You did a very thorough job, Officer Cox.
That's true.
94D would be another undershirt belonging to the defendant. Is that right, Officer Cox?
Yes.
And we can see some blood on that as well, towards the bottom of it.
Is it just one more time?
94E, this would be the holster that the defendant was carrying his gun.
Correct.
And what kind of holster would you describe this to be?
An appendix.
Tell us what that means.
So just so you can wear it on your kind of abdomen underneath your shirt, just makes it a little more concealed.
Your Honor, just to clarify, belt, which would be part of the pants that was already previously marked, I believe as 94B.
That's right.
Yes? Stage.
So 94E is what, his shirt?
Yes, Your Honor.
Sorry, 94E is the holster, 94F.
Is the shirt.
You want me to restate it? 94E,
Yes.
as an egg, is the holster that was just shown for this
Okay.
shirt. And 94F is
Is the shirt.
Yes,
Thank you.
you're welcome.
Cox, you said you collected 4 cartridges at this crime scene, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
However, were you aware of how many shots were fired at this scene?
I was not notified of that.
At some point, were you later notified about another fired cartridge that was found on scene?
Yes, ma'am.
And
Excuse me.
can you remember how long after this incident were you notified of that?
Honestly, I do not remember.
But you did you go out there to collect that evidence, or did you have someone else collect that evidence for you?
Honestly, I'm sorry, I do not remember.
Do you need a minute to refresh your
Yes,
recollection
please.
from your report?
Yes. Go right ahead. Excuse me.
Judge, may I just have permission to go grab some exhibit stickers?
Yes, of course.
I did not seize the other fire cartridge.
But it could have been another one of your colleagues that does work crime scene at Irving, is that right?
That's correct.
But that was also collected into evidence.
Excuse me, yes, ma'am.
And what about the 6th fired cartridge? Do you know anything about that?
I do not.
And Officer Cox, just going back to this Kroger gas station parking lot, is this, kind of like a contained crime scene or not?
It's a
How-
very, very large crime scene.
And just to be able to explain to the jury, evidence in this sort of public setting, is it easier to maintain and make sure that you get everything? Or sometimes in this kind of big area, things kind of get lost?
It's very difficult to maintain, especially as we have victims on scene. As the police officers are arriving in their squad cars, they're not paying attention to what scene that they're running over. They're more concerned with getting help to the people that need help.
And again, we kind of talked about this earlier, but paramedics arriving on scene also
Correct.
kind of messes with your crime scene, is that accurate?
Very correct.
So it's not, would it be considered unusual then that you didn't find the 6th fired cartridge?
No, ma'am.
Officer Cox, do you have that 5th fired cartridge with you that was found on scene at a later date?
Yes.
Permission to approach, Your Honor? Now, you were able to identify that pretty quickly, that, this is the 5th cartridge from the scene. How do you know that?
Because the label, excuse me, investigator Behrens is the one that collected it, and he very clearly demarcated it on the label, that it's a fire cartridge.
And again, this has been in evidence with you at Irving Police. Is there a date mentioned on this envelope as well?
7/26.
And would it be safe to say then that was the date that it was found at the scene?
That's correct.
Your Honor, at this time, state moves to enter states 95, tendering to defense.
Judge, may I take this witness on board air about this?
You may.
Thank you. Now, Investigator Cox, you did note you did not collect the scene, correct?
That is correct.
And you were really not informed about how it was collected at all, right?
That's correct.
This just appeared in your evidence. Is it like a locker, or does each case have an area?
We have, the box that it's in, yes, that's
So
what.
you don't know how this got into your box?
That's correct.
And you are just assuming that Officer Behrens followed protocol when he collected this, correct?
That's correct.
And you don't know what happened between July 24th when it was discharged from a weapon and July 26th when it was recovered by a different officer, right, Officer Behrens?
Correct.
Okay. And did you do any testing on this cartridge?
I did not.
So you have no firsthand knowledge about how this was collected or how this relates to our case, correct? Thank you. And Judge, I would just object, this is not the proper witness to lay the foundation for this piece of evidence.
State's response?
Your Honor, may I ask this officer further questions?
You may.
Officer Cox, does Officer Behrens work for the Irving Police Department?
He does.
Is he one of the crime scene officers that works with you?
He used to be, yes.
And is he just no longer at Irving Police?
No, he works in the CIC now, so he just changed positions.
Okay, but is he someone that worked alongside you in crime scene?
Yes, we were partners for 3 years.
Would he have been your partner back in 2021, Officer
Yes.
Cox? Would it be safe to say then, if Officer Behrens, as an Irving police officer, is collecting evidence, although you might have been the lead on the scene, other officers who worked with you can also collect evidence, is that right?
That's correct.
And you all follow the same standard operating procedure when it comes to collecting evidence for Irving Police Department.
That is correct.
There's no reason for us to believe that Officer Behrens would have deviated from that policies and procedures.
That's correct.
Your Honor, this time, state moves to enter States 95.
I'm going to sustain the defendant's objection, but admit facts for record purposes only.
Yes, Your Honor.
You want it open?
No.
Okay.
Officer Cox, besides responding to this crime scene, responding to the location, collecting GSR swabs, taking pictures, and keeping these items in your custody at Irving Police Department, did you have any other role in this investigation?
Yes, so when the detectives want anything tested at the lab, what they do is they'll send us an email of where they want it to go, what items they want to be tested. We then go check them out at the property room, put them in our vehicles, and then we'll take it to whatever lab that they want it tested.
So you would have, if further testing is required for something, let's say in this case for GSR swabs that you're taking, you would then provide that to the accurate agency that would do that testing, is that
That's
right?
correct. Yes, ma'am.
Because when it comes to GSR swabs specifically, you're just collecting them, they mean nothing else besides that you've collected them.
That's correct.
And in this case, did you take these GSR swabs to get tested?
Yes.
And would that have been to Swiss?
Yes.
Was there any other testing done? Or if there was any other testing done, it would have been your job as a crime scene officer in this case to take them to the agency, provide it to them, return them back to Irving to kind of maintain that chain of custody. Is
That's
that accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
Pass the witness, Your Honor.
It's lunchtime, and I don't know how long the cross-examination will be, so ladies and gentlemen, let's break for a 1 hour lunch break and be back at 1:20.
All right.
Police Department up in Tennessee. I contacted them. I found out through a Google search that they are located in 2 different counties. So I contacted the Whitehorse PD to find out which county the particular case was filed in. They had Sumner and Robertson County, and they said it was filed in Robertson County. They provided me a contact. I spoke to a person named Donna there at Robertson County Courthouse, who I provided her the case number, and she told me that it was divert.
And so at this time, there was no conviction. Would that be accurate to say?
That's correct.
Pass the witness, Your Honor.
All right, defense.
Yes, Your Honor, just very briefly. Sir, understanding there were a few steps in this process to investigate, but how long did it take you to do this?
10, 15 minutes.
And were you ever asked to do this before today?
No.
And is it something you could have done any number of times between March and now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, no further questions.
Any other questions for this witness?
None for this witness, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
And Your Honor, one more matter for the record alone, can I approach?
Yes.
And I'll hand a copy of this to defense counsel, Kevin personally. And just to make it clear for the record, in terms of official documentation from said county, Investigator Whaley did inform them the urgency of the matter, and if they can send us documentation in regards to that final disposition, and they did inform him that it could be today or tomorrow, and as soon as it becomes available to me, I will provide it to defense counsel.
Okay.
Permission to approach, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
This is the email I received from Kevin personally just approximately 30 minutes ago, Your Honor.
Have you shown this to?
Just got it.
defense? Okay.
Yes, Your Honor, I provided defense a copy. It was sent to me and my investigator, Danny Pursley. Danny Titus, sorry, just to clarify for the record.
Okay. All right, so this appears to be, what, did you tender this as an exhibit or what?
I can tender it as an exhibit just for record purposes, Your Honor.
Okay,
Of course, no objection for record purposes,
all
Judge.
right. Go ahead and label it.
States 96 at this time is being offered only for record purposes.
It says the defense.
Your Honor, we would renew our prior objections,
What
obviously.
says the defense regarding this exhibit?
Oh, I'm sorry, I apologize. I just said no objections to this for record purposes only. I apologize.
This
I mean,
is
I'm
exhibit 90, what?
96, Your Honor.
96, okay. States exhibit 96 is admitted for record purposes only. Okay. Is there anything else before we, bring the jury in?
Your Honor, we just would renew our previous objections, obviously not only that we didn't have this prior to testimony, I mean, we still maintain that a final conviction is not needed to impeach the witness directly to what he said. I mean, that, again, we kind of understand there's a distinction, there's kind of 2 ways we could impeach him with this information if it was a final conviction, but we also would be able to impeach him just based on what he's saying. And so we still think we are deprived of that right to confront him, and also the fact that you asked that he return today, and we thought we were trying to make some attempt to remedy it by being able to confront him today, and now finding this out at an email that came at 12:58 p.m. Does deprive us of our right to confront that witness in the manner the court had prescribed to try to remedy this. And so we would ask that his testimony be
Would
excluded.
y'all like to request a capias or something to bring him here? You can prepare one, I'll be happy to sign it.
we can definitely try and attach him, Judge. I think
Right.
realistically, it would require continuance to try and get him
Not
served
necessarily.
out of state. I believe
He
he's
said he's en route to Minnesota. He's not in Minnesota.
he's in Louisiana though. He's already out of state, right? Am I misreading?
Yes.
Well,
He's actually in Arkansas.
He's in Arkansas. He's out of state, so this is an out-of-state capias, which requires, as the court knows, getting out-of-state subpoenas or capiases would require the other jurisdiction agreeing to enforce ours. It's an added layer. So I do think that procedurally it's probably the right next step, but I do think it's going to require continuance of the trial to try and achieve that.
Thank you. Given the circumstances surrounding this witness and his testimony and the status of this case that he has out of county, the court will deny your request for continuance. This case will go on. This trial will continue. Is there anything else?
And I apologize, are you denying my request to strike his testimony and give an
Yes,
instruction?
ma'am.
and Judge, just for the record, I have prepared a writ of attachment. You know, at a point where defense is presenting a case, not that I'm alluding to, you know, anything that they may or may not present, but if the time comes, and at that point, if Mr. Pursley is back in town, we can also try to get him here at a different time.
While this case is concluded.
Yeah, while this case is ongoing, Your Honor.
Okay.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
Oh.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, let's bring the jury in.
And out of timeline and how that affects our presentation of our case. I am happy to have the capias start processing. I'm happy to have them contact Mr. Pursley, but I do think we should be given an opportunity, given the court's ruling, to make a decision about how and when, if we do this. I mean,
How and when you do what?
if Mr.
I'm lost,
Pursley's, yeah, if,
we just signed the capias to try to bring Mr. Pursley back, and you're asking the state to hold off on that?
I'm really just trying to be respectful of their process and their time. If Mr. Pursley won't be here until we are in the middle of our case in chief or after, we would view that as less helpful than having him available at the time of his testimony in the case.
Well, let's see how things pan out.
Exactly, Judge, but we won't,
But they need to process that.
yes, Your Honor.
Yes, you want me to go into something to the clerk,
Yes, go
Your
ahead.
Honor?
All right, the record will reflect that the defendant is present in his attorney, the state is present, the jurors are present and seated. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you all so much for your patience. We were busy working while you were in the jury room, so I hope everybody got some lunch. Y'all feel a little refreshed?
Yes.
Okay. All right, is the state ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor, I believe, state had just passed the witness for
Yes.
cross-examination.
Yes. is the defense ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Where's our witness? Ms. Rogers, I need you to put an exhibit sticker on this.
Your Honor, I've already submitted an exhibit.
Oh,
for
a
the
different
record.
copy?
Yes, Your Honor,
Okay, that was, okay,
just for the court.
thank you. All right, defense may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Investigator Cox.
Good afternoon.
Now, I'm gonna start by asking you some simple questions, I think.
Okay.
Can hands be deadly weapons?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And really, the law says almost anything can be a deadly weapon, right?
Correct.
I mean, we've seen cases with high heels, pens, objects, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And so as an officer, you're trained to be cautious of any person that is, I guess confronting you with any object or even their hands, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And your job as an investigator in general is to collect anything that could be of evidentiary value, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you don't have an idea of what may be relevant in a particular case, so your job is to overdo it, right?
Correct.
I mean, you want a wider crime scene you prefer a wider crime scene than a narrow one.
Yes, ma'am.
And you may end up taking photographs of things that turn out not to be related to a case, right?
Yes, ma'am.
But your goal is to never miss something that is evidence in a case.
Correct.
And you are focused on tangible physical evidence, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Meaning you don't deal with electronic evidence
Correct.
or anything like that. Are there other people in your department that are specifically trained and tasked with collecting electronic evidence?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and that's not you, right?
That is correct.
Okay, because that's an entire specialty, right?
Correct.
And almost daily, there's new technology, new programming that those officers have to learn about and train about, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So in this case, I believe you stated that you were called out of your hours, right?
Correct.
Because you said, I believe, you were usually 2 p.m. to midnight, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you actually got called around 9 in the morning.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And while you initially started to head to Kroger, you said you were diverted to the hospital first.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And when you got to the hospital, again, your job is just to photograph and document anything that could be considered evidence, right?
Yes, ma'am.
At that point, did you know, what did you know about the case?
That it was a shooting.
Okay, that there was a deceased man
Yes.
and there was another man that was admitting to be the shooter, right?
Correct.
Okay. And even when you have somebody admitting to being a shooter or shooting a gun, you still take GSR from them, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Just in case later on there's a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And just because you take GSR swabs, you don't always have to test those, right?
That is correct.
But in this case, you took them and tested them,
That is correct.
or sent them for testing, is that fair?
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
Because you don't do the GSR testing,
That is correct.
okay? But you do the gun or the bullet comparison, that you do.
The
yourself.
cartridge comparison, yes, ma'am.
Thank you, the cartridge comparison you handle yourself.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. And at the hospital, you took photographs of both Mr. Grant, who's the defendant here, and Mr. Hood, who is deceased, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you noted in your photographs that there are what you call defects in their bodies, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And of course, those defects do not tell you whether or not those bullets were justified, do they?
That is correct.
They just tell you that a bullet entered this body.
That is correct.
Okay? Doesn't tell you from your eyesight how far the two people were from each other.
No, ma'am.
It doesn't tell you the angle that the bullet entered, right?
No, ma'am.
You're just merely documenting the placement of where the defects are so the jury can review that.
Yes, ma'am.
And you also stated that you collected, and I want to clear this up because maybe I didn't understand. You received the keys for the victim's truck at the hospital.
Correct.
Where did you get those from?
They were in his clothing.
Okay, so like in his jeans pocket?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you found 2 sets in his pockets?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and those were the sets that we saw, I believe, in
In the
States.
truck.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
The ones on that yellow manila envelope?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you acknowledge that you took those from the hospital, placed them in the car in that location, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So that photo does not represent how you found those keys
That's
That's-
correct.
okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And obviously, you would, note if you had moved evidence before photographing it, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Because you wouldn't want to misrepresent to the jury that a piece of evidence was somewhere it wasn't.
Correct.
Okay. And outside of those keys, are there any other pieces of evidence that you personally moved before documenting?
No, ma'am.
And there were 2 keys, I believe, that you said both were for cars. Could one of them have been for a motorcycle?
Potentially, yes.
Okay. But you never put those keys into any machines to see?
That's correct.
Okay. And so we're not really sure, or how this, we're not positive those keys actually do go to that truck or that bike, do we?
Besides that, the clicker unlocked the truck.
Okay, so you actually use those keys to be able to access that truck?
Yes.
Okay, but the other keys, which I believe were BMW keys, did you ever confirm that those went with the
I did not.
victims? Okay.
No.
So, but those were the keys that were located on Mr. Hood at the hospital?
Correct.
And after you finished at the hospital, did you go directly to the Kroger?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and I believe you noted that, or your reports note that you arrived around 10:15 a.m. to the Kroger.
Correct.
And you would agree that was a little over an hour and a half from when you were first called about this shooting, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you testified earlier that this was a very large crime scene, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And that large crime scenes like this, especially in the public, are difficult to maintain.
Yes, ma'am.
And I think what you mean by that is that there aren't enough officers to watch every foot of the perimeter.
Correct.
And so there are spots where officers are not watching and things could get moved.
Correct.
And so ideally, you would want to get to that scene as quickly as possible and document it to capture how it was at the time of the shooting, right?
Correct.
Okay, I mean, you wouldn't have waited till 10 p.m. to try and go.
No.
Okay. And when you arrived at 10:15, there were still people hovering around the crime scene, right?
Yes.
And obviously, there were still patrons shopping at the Kroger, right?
Right.
And between 8:40 when the call came in and 10:15 a.m., you have no idea whether patrol was properly preserving that scene. Is that
That's
fair?
correct.
But you're assuming your officers know what they're doing.
Right.
But even if they had established a perimeter, anything outside of that perimeter, outside of the crime scene, the police would not prevent somebody from moving around outside of that scene, right?
Correct.
So items, any cars or anything outside of that perimeter could be moved freely.
Correct.
Is that fair?
Yes, ma'am.
And the police wouldn't even note if somebody had moved or moved an item outside of the crime scene, right?
Correct.
That's pretty irrelevant to those officers.
Yes, ma'am.
And of course, you're not generally going outside of the crime scene to try and document any evidence, right?
Correct.
And all of the photos we've gone through, there's several that you took, right?
Yes, ma'am.
They are taken at different angles, is that fair?
Yes, ma'am.
So in some you are facing north, right?
Correct.
Some you're facing south,
Yes.
every direction.
Yes, ma'am.
And really, it's fairly hard to tell on the photo itself what direction the photo is being taken, is that fair?
Yes, ma'am.
So you would really have to kind of know the Kroger parking lot well to understand which direction things are documented, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Two of the things in your report that you noted were outside of the crime scene were the cars of Mr. Grant and Mr. Hood, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And so, just like we discussed, those two vehicles, which were outside the crime scene, were not being watched or preserved between 8:40 and 10:15 when you arrived, right?
I would say probably since I wasn't out there.
Okay. But I mean, it's not common for officers to interfere with things outside of the crime scene.
Correct.
So if somebody had walked to Mr. Hood's car, which was outside the crime scene, and maybe put a motorcycle back on the trailer, an officer would not have noted that, would he?
No.
And nobody would have stopped that, would they?
Correct.
And if somebody had put anything in or taken anything out of the truck, nobody would have noticed that, right?
Correct.
So you don't know anything that occurred at that scene prior to your arrival at 10:15.
Correct.
Everything was, strike that. But Detective Baugh did ask you to specifically go and take photographs of Mr. Hood's Chevy Silverado, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You did not know whose car that was, right?
That is correct.
Detective Baugh informed you of that.
That is correct.
So by the time you arrived at 10:15, Detective Baugh was there, correct?
Correct.
And he would have been the lead at the scene,
Yes.
and that means that he will dictate what the other officers do, correct?
Correct.
I mean, you guys have standard
Right,
jobs.
but yes.
Okay, but anything, for example, like this, taking photographs outside the crime scene, you would only do if directed by him.
Correct.
And Judge, may I approach the court reporter?
You may.
Sorry, just give me 1 second. Now, I'm gonna show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 38. You can see that, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And now this silver Silverado is outside of your crime tape, correct?
Correct.
Okay. But you were asked to photograph it by Detective Baugh.
Correct.
And this is a photograph from the rear of this
Correct.
truck, right? And State's Exhibit 40 is the trailer that was attached to that truck, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And it has 2 motorcycles on it, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you determine whether that key fit either of these motorcycles?
I did not.
And in State's Exhibit 45, this is inside Mr. Hood's vehicle, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And this is, you can see, a kind of an army green 9mm weapon, correct?
Yes.
And I'm not a gun girl, so if I use the phrase wrong, please correct me, okay?
Okay.
And so this is the gun that is shown more clearly here in States 46, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And it is not in a holster, right?
Correct.
And the magazine is inserted into the weapon.
Correct.
And you said earlier that you made a point of saying there was not a bullet in the chamber of this
Correct.
gun. And I think you said that that was very unique to you.
Correct.
Okay. But the magazine did have 7 bullets in it, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And the magazine is attached to that gun, ready to be used.
Yes, ma'am.
I mean, it's not like the magazine is disassembled in the trunk, right?
Correct.
I mean, this is a gun that all it takes is one movement to make it ready to fire, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You just have to pull that top back. I know there's a word for it.
Slide.
Thank you. Pull that slide back, and it's ready to go.
Yes, ma'am.
So, and that takes about a second, half a second to do.
Depending on how quick you are.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So a person would merely have to grab that gun, pull the slide, and that gun is ready to shoot.
Yes, ma'am.
And you obviously do not know whether Mr. Grant's gun had a bullet in the chamber when he arrived at 8 in the morning at that Kroger, right?
That is correct.
You only got possession of Mr. Grant's gun after the shooting.
That's correct.
So you don't know whether he had one in the chamber when he arrived.
That is correct.
And in fact, you know, because you have photos of it, Mr. Grant's gun was actually disassembled, magazine out, when the police arrived at the scene, right?
Correct.
Because your police would not have done that, right? I mean, your police would not have changed the gun. They would have left it as it was.
No, in my experience, our officers are paranoid and they like to make them safe. So yes, it is likely that they did that, but I do not know that for sure.
Okay, fair. And if we have testimony earlier that Mr. Grant had done it, you have no reason to dispute that.
That's correct.
But you're saying that they may do that, especially in a scene where there's lots of people walking around
Correct.
for safety.
Correct.
Okay. Because truly, a disassembled gun is the safest kind of gun, right?
Right.
I mean, that's why we had to all go in this
Right.
holdover, because all of us wanted to confirm the safety of this jury, that there wasn't a possibility of these guns being used.
Correct.
And when you arrived at the scene, I believe you put markers on the 4 bullet cartridges you were able to locate that day, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And of course, you don't know why those bullets were fired, do you?
No.
And you don't know whether those bullet cartridges were moved before the police arrived and started preserving the scene, right?
That's correct.
You just know that's where they were when you arrived at 10:15.
Correct.
And I know you stated that you, as is common, you run kind of a comparison between the guns and this NIBIN database, correct?
Correct.
And part of that is to see if these weapons had ever been used in previous crimes or connected to anything, criminal related, right?
That is correct.
And both guns came back clear, correct?
Yes.
I mean, you ran Mr. Grant's gun, right?
Yes.
His gun was not connected to anything in the past, correct?
Correct.
And you did the same for Mr. Hood's gun, I assume?
Correct.
His gun also came back clear, I assume?
Correct.
And you did comparisons between the cartridges that were recovered at the scene and a test cartridge that you fired from each of these guns, correct?
Correct.
And it is clear that Mr. Grant's gun shot these bullets, correct? And of course, those cartridges do not tell you whether he shot with justification, do they?
That is correct.
They only show whether or not they are the same as your comparison bullet, right?
Correct.
And GSR reports, I know you took swabs, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Same thing, a person firing a gun that has GSR looks the same whether they are justified or not,
That
correct?
is correct.
And to be fair, Mr. Grant had bullet defects in his body, didn't he?
Yes.
And he had bullet defects in his clothing, right?
Yes.
And of course, defects in clothing do not tell you whether or not a person was justified, do they?
No, ma'am.
I mean, they look the same whether somebody's justified or not.
Correct.
And then we also talked, and I'm actually not gonna touch it, but there is in one of these bags, states 94E, was a black, I believe you called it appendix holster. Is that correct?
Appendix, yes, ma'am.
And now, again, I don't know guns, but I have been told that that is what's called a belly band. Is that accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you ever heard that term before?
Yes, ma'am.
So, and just where you wear the gun determines the right? The appendix is just a body part that
Correct.
the gun is placed over.
Correct.
So in theory, I'm gonna stand up for the record, the belly band is almost like a girdle around your waist,
Yes,
correct? And it's made of soft fabric or flexible fabric, right? And you could twist it and move that gun anywhere along your body. Is that
That's correct.
accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
But because of, and I'm not sure where you got the information, you made the determination that he wore it over his appendix.
That's just what the name of the
Got it.
holster is.
Okay, so you're not sure where Mr. Grant had that weapon on him
No,
that
ma'am.
day? Okay, but you believe that the weapon was in that holster before the shooting?
Correct.
And that's because there was no challenge to that, right? Everyone agrees
Correct.
on that, okay. And you also testified that a belly band, and I'm gonna call it that
That's
just
fine.
for clarity,
Yes, ma'am.
but we're talking about the same 94E, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You noted that that actually makes it more concealed, right?
Correct.
Versus, for example, your holster, I'm assuming you're wearing one,
Yes.
where the gun is visible.
Correct.
And it is legal in the state of Texas for a person with or without a license to carry to wear an open weapon in a holster, correct?
Correct.
But a lot of people prefer to wear it concealed. Is that accurate?
That's true.
And that's, I mean, having your gun exposed like you have it does have some vulnerabilities, right?
Correct.
I mean, people know you have a gun and they know where to grab it.
Right.
And is that why most officers utilize holsters like you have, which are stiffer and kind of protect the position of the gun better?
Yes,
And maybe you can help me understand, when you draw, that holster stays put, right?
correct.
I mean, if you pull that gun up, that holster is not coming up with it.
That is correct.
Whereas if you're wearing a belly band, if you grab that gun to pull it out, it's not a clean pull out, right?
Correct.
That belly band might maneuver up with the gun.
Correct.
And if you're in a struggle while that's happening, it's almost certain you're not gonna get it out in a smooth move.
Correct.
Which is why no officers use belly bands, right?
Correct.
Even motorcycle officers still utilize what you have on your hip, right?
That is correct.
Because a belly band does not give you the quick access you need if you have to draw your weapon, right?
Correct.
So it would not be a belly band would not be your preferred holster if you know you're going to be using your gun.
That is
Your Honor, I'm
correct.
gonna object at this point. I feel like this line of questioning has no relevance as to this witness testifying to. Her duties in the scene only pertain to being a crime scene officer. She is no expert in any of the subject matter that kind of the questioning is in regards to.
You're on.
Overruled, however, counsel, please move along from this holster thing. I think the jury understands.
Judge, I think it's a major point in this case, so if you'll allow me a little leeway, please. And I think you've already noted this, but if you were bent over trying to draw your weapon from a belly band, it would be difficult, right?
Correct.
And I think you said outside of collecting evidence and photographing it, really your role in this case was to move some of this physical property around for different testing.
Correct.
And specifically, you collected some of it back from the medical examiner's office, right?
Correct.
And you transferred those weapons to, I think you said Swifts at some point for some testing.
That is correct.
Outside of what you did on July 24th, 2021 at the scene, and those two moves of property, was there anything else you did in this case?
The evidence also went to DPS Garland.
And by evidence, do you mean the guns?
There was multiple items of evidence that went to DPS.
Okay, so you took some items of evidence to SWIFT, which is the Southwest Institute of Forensic Science, right?
Correct.
And you took some evidence to Texas DPS, which is just another laboratory that you used, right?
Correct.
Okay, outside of that and what you did at the scene on July 24th, 2021, is there anything else you did?
No, besides picking them up from the labs and bringing them back to the property room.
And that was what you believe was the end of your involvement in this case?
That is correct.
Did you ever speak to Detective Baugh after July 24th, 2021 about this case?
I do not recall that.
Okay. He never asked you to do any other tasks in this case?
Correct.
Did you collect surveillance video in this case?
Yes.
When did you do that?
It was the following day or 2 days after.
So did Detective Ball ask you to go do that, or how did you go do that?
That's our protocol. In a case like this, usually in big locations like that, they usually burn the CD ahead of time and they'll just have it ready for us. Sometimes they'll even just call us and say, hey, the video's ready for us. But obviously that day I had a little more going on, so I believe it was the following day that I went out.
Okay. And it's pretty common nowadays to have surveillance camera or video footage from crime scenes, right?
That is correct.
There's almost nowhere in public that you are not on camera, right?
That is correct.
And so, outside of just the Kroger surveillance, there really could have been other video cameras. That's it. But again, you didn't review this surveillance, right?
That's correct.
That's not your job to analyze that surveillance.
Correct.
You just got the physical CD from the manager at Kroger and
Correct.
put it in that box, basically.
Correct.
Thank you. No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, State.
Yes, Your Honor, just very briefly. Officer Cox, there was a discussion about, I'll go back to the pictures to make it easier for you. States 40, as we're looking at, and in this picture, you know, there was discussion about whether this was within crime scene or outside of the crime scene, but in this picture, we do see that you've kind of roped it off. So when you got to this, crime scene, and when you're asked by the detective on this case to take these pictures, I'm assuming, would you have been the one who is now including this truck into your crime scene?
It was already done by the time I got to the scene.
So then would I be correct in saying that States 39 that we were discussing earlier, being out of the crime scene, is not accurate?
It was on the outer edge of the crime scene.
But it's still part of
the
your crime scene.
Correct,
That's why we see that tape.
correct,
And that's why we did see the tape all around States 40.
correct.
And on this bike, this white bike that we see on States 40, can you tell us the brand that this bike is?
It's a BMW.
And one of the keys that we looked at, that you came into possession of at the hospital, Officer Cox, were those a set of keys for a BMW?
Yes, ma'am.
And let's go back to States 42, so we can see that. Would this be the key you're referring to?
Yes, ma'am.
But it wasn't part of your job to put the key in the ignition and see if this motorcycle is going to start with this key.
That is correct.
Now, as far as loading up this trailer, do you perhaps need a key to access the outer trailer to be able to load a bike onto it?
I don't know much about trailers, but I would guess it looks like it's got a key lock on the back. But I wouldn't know that without actually trying it.
But just looking at this picture, if someone wanted to just put the bike up from this
Your Honor,
angle that we're
objection.
currently,
The witness just testified she doesn't know. This would call for speculation, I'm sorry.
Well, if you know, answer it. If you don't know, just say you don't know. Go
Um,
ahead.
may I
Overruled.
finish?
Yes.
Officer Cox, if we're looking at it exactly from where I'm standing, and as I'm looking at this trailer in this picture, if I'm just standing somewhere over here and I wanna load a bike onto this trailer, do I perhaps need a key to be able to do that?
Yes, ma'am.
But when you got to the scene, Officer Cox, were you just able to open this truck on its own?
No.
Because you did have to click this key that came into your possession at the hospital to then unlock this truck.
That is correct.
And this key that you found, that you got at the hospital, was from the victim's belongings that we entered into evidence in States 93. Is that accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
And you specifically stated earlier that you found it in the victim's jeans pocket. Is that accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
Permission to approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Officer Cox, I'm going to ask you to bring out the Kroger. And earlier on cross-examination, you were testifying that you did receive, or one of your duties on the scene was to grab or collect the surveillance video, which was ready for you.
Correct.
And that could have been a day or two later, if I'm remembering correctly. And is this the video contained in this disc that I've marked as States 97?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time State moves to enter States 97 for record purposes only, tendering to defense.
Describe 97 again.
Your Honor, States 97 is the surveillance video in its entirety. I'm not sure exactly how long it is, from the Kroger just the Kroger surveillance video, Your Honor.
Okay.
So these are the copies. This is the
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, State's Exhibit 97 is admitted for record purposes.
And again, that was one of your duties on the scene to collect this video.
Correct.
Permission to approach again, Your Honor?
You may.
Officer Cox, when you processed the defendant's gun, tell me how many bullets were remaining in that weapon,
And I'm sorry, in the,
defendant's weapon?
there was one bullet in the magazine.
Now, let's take you back to the crime scene. Besides the fired cartridges, did you find anything else on that crime scene that
Yes,
you
sir.
noted?
There was a bullet.
There was a bullet. Tell me, how do you know, or how would you describe that bullet ending up at the crime scene? Which is different from being a fired cartridge, correct?
Correct, it's the actual intact bullet. So if a gun jams and you pull the slide back so that you get the gun back in working order, that could be one of the reasons that there was a bullet out of it.
But you did collect that bullet,
Yes,
and you also collected the bullet that was left over, or that was remaining in the magazine, is that
Yes.
accurate?
that's correct.
Can you pull those out for me?
Which one do you want first? This is the magazine.
Okay. We'll mark that as States 98. And this is the jam bullet. States 99. Your Honor, at this time, State moves to enter States 98 and 99. Tendering to defend, States 98 is the remaining bullet in the magazine of the defendant's gun, and States 99 is the jammed bullet found on the crime scene in that Kroger parking lot.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, State's Exhibits 98 and 99 are admitted for all purposes.
Now, Officer Cox, you wouldn't know, I mean, you have no knowledge of this scene to be able to say, you know, how this bullet was jammed, is that right?
That's correct.
But how could you tell that it was a jam bullet versus just a regular bullet that just, I don't know, maybe fell out as you're loading your gun or something?
That's a potential too. I mean,
Okay.
it could definitely be that. It's just in my experience, I guess, in crime scenes like that, a lot of times when they're shooting a gun, sometimes it'll jam and they'll lock the slide back, get that bad bullet out, the one that gets jammed, leave it there, and then that way their gun is ready to be fired again.
Now, going back to some of the questions the defense counsel asking you, could it have been that if the defendant, after the shooting, was trying to, you know, disassemble this gun, in that process, this bullet could have been the jam bullet that came out?
That's right.
Your Honor, this time permission to publish States 98 and 99 for the jury.
You may.
I'm not gonna touch, I'm not gonna do it.
And the first item at this point we're looking at is States 99, which would be the jam bullet that you described, that was found in the Kroger parking lot. And we can tell that it looks different from the fired cartridges,
Yes, ma'am.
and it definitely has some more weight to it compared to the fired cartridges. And this is States 98, which was the only bullet remaining in the defendant's magazine when you collected this gun into evidence.
Yes, ma'am.
No further questions, Your Honor. Pass the witness.
Just briefly, Mr. Hood, the deceased, had the keys to his vehicle on his person when you collected them.
That's correct.
So he had access to his vehicle at the scene before he was shot.
That is correct.
And about the bullet, as the state even alluded, there are lots of scenarios for why that bullet had ejected from the gun, right?
That is correct.
And one of them could be that as he was waiting for medical attention, he was clearing the chamber and disassembling the gun, right?
Correct.
it looks the same.
Correct.
And you would agree, and you, please feel free to review your reports, that you noted in your reports that you photographed the vehicle.
Objection, Your Honor, reading from items that are not in evidence, specifically an offense report, which would be hearsay statements.
Sustained.
You would agree that you note that the vehicles you took photos of were outside the crime scene. You actually note it in your reports, right?
Honestly, I would have to review mine.
Please review your reports to see if you made any notes about where the defendant and the, Mr. Grant and Mr. Hood's vehicles were in relation to the crime scene itself.
So I did not make notation one way or the other whether the victim's truck was in the actual crime scene.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Mhm.
I'm going to show you, see if it refreshes your memory, a page out of your report. Is this the same? And after reviewing your report, let me know if your memory has been refreshed.
Okay, so those were the other,
Just pause.
Okay.
Have you been refreshed about whether or not?
Yes.
Okay, so when you testified, well, tell me, were Mr. Hood and Mr. Grant's vehicles within the crime scene when you arrived?
they were wrapped in crime scene tape, so yes.
So when you noted that they were not in the crime scene in your report, explain that for me.
There were other vehicles, so the van I took pictures of that were around there, because I took 900 pictures on this scene. I'm talking about the entirety, because I took pictures of the vehicles that were next to the black and green trailer, and all of those were photographed, but weren't necessarily in the actual crime scene. Does that make sense?
Sort of. So help me understand. The yellow tape, would that not be the perimeter of your crime scene?
Yes.
And so you're saying you did go outside of those yellow tape to take photos, correct?
Correct.
And so I'm asking about within the yellow tape, were those two vehicles within the yellow tape crime scene when you arrived?
Yes.
Okay. So your report, very thorough and accurate, you're stating that that is not, that is incorrect?
The victim's vehicle was in the crime scene. But I took pictures of additional vehicles that were not in the scene.
Okay. And now I want to ask just about I know what you're testifying to. You would have tried to write an accurate report when you wrote it, right?
That is correct.
And so if you stated that none of the vehicles in the scene were these two, explain why you wrote that.
It was misworded.
Okay, so no problem. So what is written here is in your reports stating that those vehicles were outside the crime scene. That is inaccurate. You're now testifying they were within the crime scene.
Yes.
Thank you. And the fact is, you still don't know when that crime scene tape was put up, do you?
That is correct.
It was there when you got there.
Correct.
Thank you. No further questions.
State.
Just briefly, Your Honor, Officer Cox, is that normal standard procedure for Irving? Are you normally always the person who puts all the crime scene tape up? Or is it done prior to your arriving? How does that normally work?
Patrol puts up all the crime scene tape. The only difference would be we carry red crime scene tape in our crime scene vehicles. So if there's something specifically that we don't want people or anybody in there except for obviously direct crime scene, then we would put up red tape, but we typically just use the yellow tape that
And
patrol
then,
has.
I'm sorry to make you go back to 39 and 40, but is that crime scene tape that we're seeing?
Yes, ma'am.
And can we kind of see that same crime scene tape back here?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, states 40, do we continue to see crime scene tape?
Yes, ma'am.
Does that tell you more accurately, as you're the person who's responsible for taking these pictures, that these are in your crime scene?
Yes,
And Officer Cox, the gun that you collected from the defendant, that is a firearm, correct?
yes, ma'am.
And that firearm was tested by you to make sure it was in proper working condition, is that
Yes.
right?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, is that same firearm that belonged to the defendant, is that a deadly weapon?
Yes, ma'am.
Can it be used to commit an act clearly dangerous to human life?
Yes, ma'am.
Pass the witness.
No further questions, Your
All
Honor.
right, may this witness be released?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. You're free to leave. State, call the next witness.
Your Honor, at this time, state calls David Spence to the stand.
And you're, may we approach?
Yes.
Good afternoon, Mr. Spence. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your first and last name for the court reporter?
Yes, David Spence, D-A-V-I-D-S-P-E-N-C-E. I'm a trace evidence examiner at the Southwestern Institute of Forensic Sciences here in Dallas. It's also the Dallas County Medical Examiner Office. I'm currently employed in the trace evidence section. I've been with Dallas County approximately 26 and a half years doing trace evidence examinations. Prior to coming to Dallas County, I worked for the Texas Department of Public Safety. I started as a technical supervisor in the breath alcohol testing section in Wichita Falls. Spent about a year and a half in that capacity. I then went to the Texas DPS Crime Lab, the headquarters crime lab in Austin, where I was in the trace evidence unit. And I was basically trained in almost all aspects of trace evidence examination while in that capacity. And then I transferred to the Houston DPS Crime Lab as a drug chemist and a trace evidence examiner prior to coming here to Dallas.
Now, Mr. Spence, there was a lot of information that you relayed to all of us, but Southwestern Forensic Institute, is that something we normally refer to as SWIFT?
Yes, it is.
And you said you worked for SWIFT approximately 26 and a half years?
That is correct, yes.
But prior to that, you worked for Department of Public Safety, which was another sort of lab where you would be conducting tests in. Is that accurate?
That is correct, yes.
And walk us through a little bit of the educational background that you need in order to become an expert in the field that you're currently working in.
Yes, so first of all, I have a Bachelor of Science degree in chemistry with a minor in mathematics. I was then hired by the Texas Department of Public Safety, as I said, as a technical supervisor, and then as a trace evidence analyst at the DPS headquarters crime lab in Austin. And while I was in Austin, I was trained in many different aspects of trace evidence examinations, including gunshot residue analysis, range of fire analysis, fibers examination, paint analysis, shoe prints, tire drag, many other types of trace evidence. So I performed gunshot residue analysis while in that capacity. I then trained as a drug chemist and transferred to the Houston DPS lab where I was a drug chemist and a trace evidence examiner. I came to SWIFT's and I started working in the trace evidence unit. So I've been trained in many different types of trace evidence examinations, including gunshot residue analysis. I also attended the FBI GSR Symposium, the Gunshot Residue Symposium. I believe it was 2005, possibly 2006, but I was one of the guests at that conference.
Now, Mr. Spence, are you kind of the person who started the trace evidence unit at SWIFT?
I didn't start the trace evidence unit, it actually started in the 70s. But I did start the analysis of primary gunshot residue using a scanning electron microscope with an X-ray detector.
So you kind of had this very specific, in trace evidence, had this very specific GSR testing and, you know, gaining those results. And that's kind of the unit that you were in charge of.
Yes, that is correct.
And is there any sort of specific, any additional specialized training that's required to do gunshot residue analysis?
So I was trained on the job, as I said, at the DPS Crime Lab, and then I developed the GSR testing program using the scanning electron microscope here at SWIFT's. I'm currently a licensed forensic examiner from the Texas Forensic Science Commission. That's a relatively recent thing. I think they didn't start giving licenses out until 2018. So I'd already been working for 30 years prior to that. And then we do, let's see, we have lab accreditations. So it was every 5 years we had external examiners come in the lab and examine our lab procedures and policies. And we do annually internal examinations, lab examinations. We also perform annual proficiency tests for each discipline that we perform casework in.
Now,
So-
I'm going to just backtrack just a little bit. So is SWIFT accredited by anyone?
Yes.
Tell us what that is.
So it's through the ANAB, and it's recognized by the Texas Forensic Science Commission.
And that's the kind of accreditation that you are currently referring to, that you all are accredited.
That is correct. The laboratory is accredited and the analysts are licensed.
And what accrediting organization accredits your laboratory? Would that be NABA, is that right?
No, it's the ANAB.
ANAB, I'm sorry. Is that accreditation recognized nationally and internationally?
Yes, it is. And they're accredited through the ISO 17025, I believe.
And you were talking about proficiency, being proficiency tested in your field. Walk us through what that takes.
Yes, so for each discipline that we perform casework in, we're given blind tests. Their proficiency tests are submitted as if they were real evidence cases. So in gunshot residue testing, they submit samples that are similar to what we analyze in actual casework. We analyze those samples and then we send our results back to the proficiency provider. And those are judged to be adequately successful or not successful depending on your results.
But-
So in GSR testing, all of my proficiencies have been successful.
Now, just to make sure that I heard you correctly, you said you don't know though that sample that you've been submitted is a proficiency test versus an actual case that you're working.
Well, we do. It's not blind proficiency. Blind proficiency would be submitted as if it's a real case coming in. We don't have any idea that it's a proficiency. These come in, we know they're proficiency tests, but we treat them just as if it's a regular case that we work on a daily basis.
And Mr. Spence, when was the last time that you were proficiency tested?
The last GSR proficiency test was last summer. I currently have this year's samples. I just ran them yesterday. I have to write the report today, so.
And what was
But I won't get the results until probably late October, November.
but what were the results for the proficiency test that you ran last summer?
They were successful. I found what they were looking for.
And are you a licensed analyst by the Texas Forensic Science Commission, which is what you were talking about kind of earlier?
Yes, I am.
What does this sort of licensing require?
So the licensing requires, one, that you work for an accredited crime lab. There are other exceptions for people that work in other states, but you need to work for an accredited crime lab in the state of Texas. And the initial license requires that you do extensive reading, and it's really more, not so much about the lab work, but more about the legal process, our duties to the legal system and how court processes work. But it does go into some of the finer details of lab operations. But it's not a test of like your individual subdiscipline. It's more of a general test.
And can you tell this jury what is GSR, or gunshot residue?
Yes, so gunshot residue comes in several different forms. The type of gunshot residue testing I performed in this case involves analyzing for the presence of primer gunshot residue particles. These are particles that originate within the primer of a cartridge case. Primer being the shock-sensitive initiator of which ignites gunpowder, causing the projectile to be fired from the firearm. There's a chemical mixture in that primer cup that is shock-sensitive. So when the firing pin of the firearm strikes the primer cup, the primer mixture explodes, causing gunpowder to burn rapidly, causing large gas pressure buildup, causing the projectile to go through the barrel. And during that process, the chemical elements fuse together. They form a vaporous cloud, and as soon as they leave the weapon, they supercool into very tiny metallic particles. And typically they contain the chemical elements, antimony, barium, and lead. So we're looking specifically for individual particles that have the chemical makeup of antimony, barium, and lead, in addition to some other elements.
And can you tell us what is a GSR kit and what is it designed to collect?
Yeah, so a GSR kit, there have been different types of GSR testing over the years, but currently we're using the scanning electron microscope. So the GSR kits that we use now have typically they're gonna have two sampling devices, and they're basically shaped like a thumbtack. There's a 1/2 inch or a 1 centimeter circular flat surface with a pin on the backside. So it's shaped like a thumbtack, but on the flat surface, there's a 2-sided carbon tape. And then there's a sample holder that holds the sampling device in place. And those are used to basically tape lift the surfaces of the left hand and the right hand. And these microscopic particles, you're not going to see them on the sampling device, but if they're on your hands, they're going to lift up, stick onto the tape. And with the electron microscope, we're able to see the particles, and we're also able to get X-ray elemental data from the particles on that sample.
Now, Mr. Spence, have you testified before as an expert in the discipline of gunshot residue?
Yes, I have.
Approximately how many times?
Quite a few hundred. I don't keep track, but somewhere in the neighborhood of maybe 300 plus times.
Would that be just here in Dallas County or other counties as well?
Here in Dallas County primarily, but all throughout the state, many counties in the state. Not all counties, but many counties.
Now, how is it that you analyze gunshot residue? I know you were talking about, you starting this, was it microscopic comparison that you started at Swiss?
What, could you ask?
Like, how is gunshot residue analyzed?
Okay, so we currently use the scanning electron microscope with an X-ray detector. And the way the process works from beginning to end is that evidence is submitted to our laboratory. It's submitted to our evidence registration unit that logs it in, gives it a case number and an item number. They store the evidence in an evidence locker. And then when we get ready to analyze the evidence, we request it, we pick up the evidence, we take it to our workspace, we then inventory the contents of this GSR kit or other evidence. And then we document certain things about the evidence that we receive. We then carbon coat the samples. We have an instrument that evaporates a super thin layer of carbon over the surface of our sample. And that's to ensure that when you place it in the electron microscope that we don't get what's called charging, which would interfere with the analysis. But at the same time, we introduce a negative control stub, which is a sampling device that has not been used. And the reason we use that is to ensure that we're not contaminating anything in the process. So we analyze that stuff to ensure that there's no gunshot residue contamination, which might indicate something wrong with the process. So we then put our samples in the electron microscope. We set it up in an automated fashion to where we have software that tells us where we located our samples. And then when we start the run, it will scan the surface of each one of our sampling devices and take pictures of particles that meet certain criteria. So it'll take an actual picture or an image of the particle and collect an X-ray spectra from each particle. And from that, we can sift through the data set to see which particles might be consistent with gunshot residue. So that's an automated process. And when the analysis is complete, typically the following day, we go back, we sift through the data, and then we can relocate suspect particles. We can tell the instrument to take us back exactly to that particle, collect a new image and a new X-ray spectra to confirm or to reject the particle as gunshot residue.
And generally, can you tell us how long does this process take?
So typically an analysis run with, let's say, 7 sample devices or sample stubs. If we start the run at maybe 3 in the afternoon, it typically is done at 8 or 9 o'clock the following morning. But it depends on how much debris is on each sampling device. It may go quicker or it may take longer.
But at the end of the day, Mr. Spence, what can this analysis tell us?
So the bottom line is we're looking for particles that are characteristic of primer gunshot residue. And when we find those particles or characteristic of primary gunshot residue. That tells us that on that sampling device, we have primary gunshot residue particles. And that would indicate that the individual that the sample came from had either fired a gun, handled a gun, or been in proximity to a gun that had been fired, or touched or come into contact with some source of primary gunshot residue.
Your Honor, permission to approach.
You may.
Mr. Spence, I'm going to show you what's already been admitted into evidence as states 80 and 81. And these were the GSR swabs that were taken from both the defendant and the victim in this case. States 80 being the defendant's GSR kit and states 81 being the victim's GSR kit. Are there any markings on that, Mr. Spence, that kind of indicate that you were the one who tested this evidence?
Yes, so this, an extra stick.
I think that was.
Sticker. So on this particular envelope, State Exhibit 80, I have our laboratory case number, which is IFS-23-20418, item number 1, with my initials DWS and the date 11/2/23. So I can identify it by that, as well as the evidence. The green evidence seal has my initials and date.
And going to States Exhibit 81, which is our victim's GSR kit, are you also able to identify your initials on that?
Yes, so we have the same case number, IFS-23-20418, number 2. My initials, DWS, the date 11/2/23. The green evidence tape has my initials and date. So
And that-
those are items that I examined.
And that would just be, you maintaining chain of custody for these items that are dropped off to you in your capacity as someone who's going to test them. And then at that point, once you are done, when you have finished your analysis, they're going to go back. Is that right, to the agency that asked you for this testing?
Yes, so when we're finished handling the evidence, we give it back to our evidence registration unit, and they secure it until the agency either comes to pick it up or it's mailed out or sent out to the agency. So it's always in the control of either the analyst or evidence registration unit at the laboratory.
And you testified earlier that you conduct an analysis using these GSR kits that are submitted to you from this agency.
That is correct.
And in this case, it would have been Irving Police Department that submitted this evidence to you.
That is correct, yes.
Do you also prepare a report once you are done conducting your analysis?
Yes, I do.
Permission to approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm approaching you, Mr. Spence, with what's been marked as States Exhibit 100. And I can bring up States 80 and 81. You talked about some IFS numbers that you mark here. Tell us, what are these IFS numbers?
Okay, so the IFS numbers are the SWIFT's, or Southwest Institute of Forensic Science, laboratory number, and there's one unique lab number for each individual case. In this particular instance, it's IFS-23-20418. The IFS actually stands for Institute of Forensic Science, which is also SWIFT's.
Would it be accurate then for me to say that any item that SWIFT's is testing for this specific case would all contain that same IFS number?
They should. There have been a few instances where evidence comes in and they don't realize it's part of an existing case and it gets another case number. But in general, it's always going to be the same individual number.
And now the report that I'm showing you, which is marked as States 100, what is the IFS number on that report?
The IFS number on State Exhibit 100 is IFS-23-20418.
And is that the same as the numbers that we see in states 80 and 81.
That is correct, yes.
And how do you recognize states 100? What do you recognize states 100 to be?
So State Exhibit 100 is a test report for gunshot residue analysis. It's for a homicide from Irving Police Department. DeMarcus Hood is the complainant. And let me just refer to the pages. So it's a 4-page report, and it's signed by myself, David W. Spence.
Your Honor, at this time, state offers into evidence states 100, tendering, I believe I've tendered a copy to defense.
Yes, no objection, Judge.
States Exhibit 100 is admitted for all purposes.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
You may.
Mr. Spence, kind of walk me through this report. You said, you know, if you submit a sample the night before, you might have, you know, some evidence by the morning, was that right?
Well, not from the submission, but from the time we start processing and loading the instrument, we should have, typically we'll have data the following morning after we start the analysis.
But that doesn't necessarily give us this report that we're looking at, correct?
Correct, correct.
Now, walk us through, you know, how do we get to this report that this jury is seeing in this case?
Okay, so first of all, I have to examine or analyze the evidence that was submitted. And as I said, I load samples into the scanning electron microscope. We perform an automated analysis, which typically runs overnight. The following morning, when the analysis has completed, I go back through and the instrument generates a large spreadsheet for each sampling device listing the types of particles that were located. And if we find particles that fall within certain classes, such as 3-component GSR or 2-component GSR classes, we then relocate those particles. And by lab policy, we're looking for up to 5 3-component GSR particles, which are characteristic of gunshot residue. So as we sift through data sets, we then tell the instrument to relocate individual particles. So the stage will move to the field of view where that particle is. I can then enlarge, I can focus on the particle, I can enlarge it, and take a photograph of the image, or an image of that particle, and then do an X-ray analysis to determine what the chemistry of that particle is. So we're looking for individual particles with the elements antimony, barium, and lead.
And if we move to page 2 of this report, actually page 3, and I'll try to focus in for the jury. This would be the results portion of your report, is that right?
That is correct, yes.
And now, can you walk us through what we're looking at when we look at this top portion where we do see 4 particles that you did confirm that are characteristic of primer gunshot residue?
Yes, so on the section you referred to, there were 4 particles characteristic of primary gunshot residue confirmed on our lab item number 1-1-1, which is a sampling device from the back of the left hand of Gerard Grant.
Yes, Your Honor.
There were 2 particles characteristic of gunshot residue on the back, from the back of the left hand of Gerard Grant. And then item 1-1-2 is sampling device from the back of the right hand of Gerard Grant. There were 2 particles characteristic of primary gunshot residue.
And now let's move on to this bottom portion, which talks about the 9 particles, and whose gunshot residue kit would that pertain to?
That particular GSR kit was collected from DeMarcus Hood.
And that's the person that you know to be the complainant in this case?
That is correct, yes.
And can you walk us through those results?
Yes, so there were 9 particles characteristic of primary gunshot residue confirmed on item, it's lab item number 2-1-1, sampling device from the back of the left hand of DeMarcus Hood. There are 5 particles characteristic. And on item 2-1-2, the sampling device from the back of the right hand of DeMarcus Hood, there were 4 particles characteristic of the primary gunshot residue.
And now, Mr. Spence, I want to kind of bring your attention to something that you've already testified to earlier, and you talked about this kind of testing kind of tells us the presence, right here at the bottom of this page, the presence of these particles indicates these below things. 1, firing a firearm. 2, being in proximity of a firearm when it was fired. 3, handling a firearm component, or an object with primary gunshot residue.
That is correct, yes.
So when we are looking at, and I will just review page 4 just so the jury can see, this would be your initial that we see at the end of that report. Is that accurate?
Yes, that is my signature on the report.
And going back to those 3 kind of parameters that you give out in terms of what does this testing mean? You're not really able to ever say this person, because of this particle, was the person holding the gun. Is that right?
That is correct, yes.
And you cannot say that just because someone has more particles than the other, they must have been the one firing the gun?
That is also correct. So often we find, in many cases, we find that the victim of a gunshot or sometimes has more particles than the person who fired a firearm. So we don't really count the number of particles. It's irrelevant. We're just really looking for the presence or absence of primary gunshot residue particles.
Now, you said the victim might have more particles than the person who's firing the firearm. Why is that?
Well, so by design, the firearm, and I don't know what particular firearm was used in this case, but in general, when a shot is fired, the vast majority of these vaporous residues where these GSR particles originate from, they go downrange through the barrel of the gun in the line of the projectile from the gun towards the decedent or from the victim. So a large amount of residue is directed at that individual. There's a small vaporous cloud that is in proximity to the sides or the rear of the firearm. So for that reason, a lot of times you'll have fewer particles on the person firing the gun than on the other end of the gun.
Would it be simpler to say then that gunshot or primer gunshot residue is kind of traveling away to the person that the bullet is going to hit?
Yes, away from the shooter and towards the person being shot at.
Pass the witness.
Defense?
Yes,
Now,
Your
was the state offering this witness as an expert witness
Yes, Your Honor.
in the field of gunshot residue?
Yes, Your Honor. We had already discussed this.
I understand, but the record is silent as to that.
Your Honor, I believe Mr. Spence, may we approach, Your Honor?
Yes, you.
in contact with the gun he fired, right?
I mean, there's a possibility, I don't know. Let me see, which one is yours? Yeah, so it could be that he came into contact with a gun that had been fired. It could be that he fired a gun and got residue from firing a gun. Could be that there was a gun fired in his presence. I can't determine which of those.
Okay, so you don't even have you don't even have information about who was known to be the shooter or not in this case?
I do have some information of a theory of what happened in the case, yes.
Okay. And if a person was grabbing a gun right after it was fired, it's possible they could get gunshot residue on their hands. Is that possible?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And so you can't rule out that somebody, well, I'm sorry, a person reaching towards a gun as it's being fired, if they come in close proximity as it's being fired, could they get gunshot residue on their hands?
Yes, they could.
Okay. Now, if Gerard Grant has gunshot residue on his hands from firing a weapon, you can't rule out whether that firing a weapon was justified or not, right? Or you don't do anything?
Correct, that's outside of the scope of my testing.
Okay. And you can't rule out that DeMarcus Hood ever grabbed a gun that had been fired because of your testing, right?
Correct, there's no way I could know that type of detail.
Okay. Or reached near a gun as or after it had been fired, right?
Correct.
Okay. No further questions, Judge.
All right. State?
Just very briefly, Your Honor, Mr. Spence, I did want to ask you, can you tell me and this jury kind of the difference between primer gunshot residue that is on a living person versus on a deceased individual?
Yes, so when primer gunshot residue is deposited on the hands of an individual, the residue, I like to use an analogy of back in the old days when teachers had sticks of chalk, wrote on the chalkboard. So if the teacher didn't have any chalk dust on their hand, and then they pick up a stick of chalk, they write on the chalkboard, and then they put the stick of chalk down, they're gonna have chalk dust on their hands. And over time, they touch books, they touch their clothing, they touch other objects, maybe wash their hands. But over a period of time, through normal activity, they remove or reduce that dust or residue to non-detectable levels. But on a deceased individual, someone who has been shot or come into contact with primary gunshot residue on their hands, if they're deceased instantly or within a short period of time, there really is no physical activity. The activity ceases, so the residue will stay on the hands until it's physically removed, either by wiping it off, washing it off, or somehow physically removing the residue. So in a living individual, typically within 4 to 6 hours of normal activity, the residue particles are removed or reduced to non-detectable levels. It could go beyond the 6 hours, but on a deceased individual, they're going to stay on the hands until they're physically removed, whether that's hours or days or whatever, much longer time.
Now, could it explain kind of the difference between the 4 particles versus the 9 particles, knowing the fact that Mr. Hood was deceased?
I mean, that is a possibility. If one has normal activity and one does not have normal activity, normal activity could cause the residue, the number of particles to be reduced. But I can't say specifically in this case what happened.
One other question that I wanted to ask you, Mr. Spence, would be in relation to the GSR swabs being collected from someone's hand and then you testing it. Is there sort of like a time distinction that we're supposed to be aware of when GSR swabs are collected from someone's hands?
No, so between collecting the residue samples and submitting them to the lab and actually having them analyzed in the lab, there's really no effect. The samples do not degrade once they're on the sampling device. And they could sit for years in the lab and have no deleterious effect on the samples.
But it would be important to collect it as quickly as possible from the person's hand. Is that accurate?
Yes, the sooner you collect it, the better chance of collecting residue particles, if they exist.
However, once they get put on the GSR kits that we looked at, or that are contained in states 80 and 81, that's not necessarily going to change regardless of whether it was tested in 23, 24, 25.
Correct, that should not have any effect on the number of particles that remain on the sampling device.
Pass the witness.
Defense?
Yes, Your Honor. Sir, I mean, the bottom line is these results are consistent with DeMarcus Hood firing a gun, right?
Yes, among other possibilities, but yes.
No further questions, Judge.
May I just have one question, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
Mr. Spence, in your testing as an expert who's testified hundreds of times in GSR residue analysis, are you ever going to give one of those descriptions, or are you always going to default to the 3 parameters that SWIFT always provide?
I'm always going to give the 3 criteria that is documented in the report.
So you're never going to say, because this person has this many particles, this has to be because they fired a gun?
No, we never testify to that extent.
So at the end of the day, your analysis is, it could be consistent with firing a firearm.
Correct.
It could be consistent with being in proximity to a firearm when it was fired.
Correct.
It is consistent with handling a firearm component, or an object with time or gunshot residue.
That is also correct.
Pass the witness.
All right, any other questions for this witness?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. May this witness be released?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense?
No objections, Your
All
Honor.
right, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Literally. State, call your next witness.
Your Honor, before I call my next witness, may we approach?
Yes. And nothing but the police to help you guys.
I do.
Thank you.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
Good afternoon, Detective Bob. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your first and last name for the court reporter?
I'm Detective Bob with the Irving Police Department. My first name is Andrew, A-N-D-R-E-W. My last name is Bob, B-A-H.
Detective Bob, what do you currently do?
I'm a detective in the city of Irving. I'm assigned to an FBI Joint Terrorism Task Force that I work at in conjunction with the FBI here in Dallas.
And we're gonna kind of go back in time a little bit and walk us through, did you come and work for the Irving Police Department? Was this your first job, or did you do anything before that?
I had various non-law enforcement jobs before, but I started with the Irving Police Department in 2004.
Have you been with the Irving Police Department since that time?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said that was in 2004,
Yes, ma'am.
and it would be approximately 21 years, if I'm right?
I hit 21 years in July. I'm on my 22nd year.
Can you walk us through some of the background and training it takes for you to become an Irving police officer?
When I started with Irving, I started in the jail. I worked there for about 9 months before I took a test and became a police officer. I went through the police academy and training, which takes roughly a year in Irving. And then from there, I went to patrol. I was assigned to patrol for a number of years. I put in for the Narcotics Special Investigations Unit, and I did that for 9 years. I had various different assignments during that. Part of ICE, undercover, worked for a DEA task force for 3 years, worked with Homeland Security, did several long-term investigations, and then from there I transferred out to Irving's Major Crimes Unit, or homicide, the unit I'm in now, Capers, or was in at the time of this case, Capers. Then I left that unit in 2022, 2022.
You said, so are there any special trainings required before you join Capers or homicide unit?
Would you explain what Capers is?
It's crimes against persons. There's not necessarily any special training before, but once you go to the unit, then you get special training in investigations and in interviewing, different investigations that you do. There could be different trainings on sexual assaults, how to interview victims of sexual assault, stuff like that also.
So Capers is not necessarily just only homicide where someone has died, but could be any other offenses that involve a person.
Yes, each city kind of runs it different how they do it. In Irving, it was usually the major crimes against a person, assaults, sexual assaults, and then that aren't handled by the DV unit, the domestic violence unit.
And just so I understand correctly, are there like maybe subdivisions or subdivision in Capers for you to be assigned to homicide versus, sexual assault cases?
No, not the way that our unit was run. You can have a supervisor that maybe prefers to give certain cases to people, or people that are better at certain cases. Maybe the sergeant will decide to give them more of that style of case that they like working or something like that, but there's no formal division within the unit, at least when I was there.
So it's more of when you're up, right, when it's your turn to be on call, let's say, and then you would get assigned that case regardless of what kind of case it may be, as long as it's crimes against a person.
Sure, there's different obviously crimes come in all hours of the day, there's cases assigned all during the week, and then every weekend there would be a detective on call to respond to calls that required a detective outside of normal business hours. And that call rotated between the detectives. It was set by the sergeant.
Now, you said there is special training required when you, not necessarily for you to join homicide, but once you get to homicide. Walk us through some of that.
So once you get to the unit, they start sending you to training to homicide investigations. First, just with other detectives, so you can learn how to do the investigation while riding with another detective or watching firsthand, and then you start from there. There's various schools they send you to do homicide investigations, and then, I mean, it's not entirely separately a homicide interview, but they send you to interview schools so that you can learn to talk to people and interview them more proficiently than you had before.
Now, when did you say you joined homicide?
It would have been in 2018.
Now, when you work up any homicide case, give us kind of like a day in the life of a homicide detective. What are generally some of your jobs and duties as you work up a case?
Man, I don't know that there's a same day ever. You're constantly dealing with people and calls and evidence, and you may think, hey, today I gotta work on these things, and before you've even gotten to the office, you've gotten 3 calls on stuff that people wanna talk to you about, or things that need to happen, or you're getting assigned a new case that you have to triage right away, or you think you're headed to the office and you're headed to the scene of another crime. Even if it's not your case, even if you're not the lead detective on it, you may be called out to assist all the other detectives. Irving does not have an especially big capers unit. There's 7, there were 6 or 7 at the time when I was assigned to it. So you can imagine a big scene or multiple scenes. It requires a lot of detectives to show up, so it wouldn't be that unusual for most of us or a majority of us to be called out to a scene or work a scene.
So are you telling us you're working multiple investigations at the same time?
Yes, lots of investigations. Even if they're not yours, you're constantly working investigations. There's no what I would call downtime, at least not in the unit when I was there. There's ebbs and flows to every job and every unit. When I was there, it was one of the busiest times in the unit.
Now, you kind of talked about a little bit with the jury earlier, you know, how you get called or how you become a lead detective in a case. Does it just happen to be by chance, or you happen to be the one on call when a call comes in, and now you've been given the role of a lead detective in the case?
Yeah, that's one way. Is it's your time up. It's, hey, this is your call week, so that means anytime after business hours, if a call comes in, it's going to be your call. But you work closely with a partner, and I've been fortunate to work with a great partner. So we were able to, if cases came in and I knew he got one the day before, even though it was his time to get the next one, sometimes I could step in and say, hey, I'll take this one if you want me to, and run with it since you got hit the day before. But those are primarily the ways where the sergeant divvies it up by who's there. So if a call comes in during the day, he'll pick, based on caseload or whatever, as best he can, hey, can you go handle this call?
So on July 24th, 2021, how long at this point have you been a detective in Capers?
Just over 3 years.
And when this call comes in, how is it that you get assigned as to be the lead detective in this case?
It was on a Saturday, and I was on call that weekend. I was at home in the morning, I just walked to a coffee shop and I was walking home.
And is that when you got the call that you, telling you what you're doing for the rest
Yes.
of your day?
Yes, I got a call saying, somebody's been shot, we're not sure if they're gonna make it, can you please respond? Patrol's asking for you.
Now, at this point in 2021, you said you've been with Capers for 3.5 years, but how long altogether have you been with the Irving Police Department?
Since 2004, so about 17 years, my math is right.
And by 2021, can you remember how many murders or homicides had you investigated by this point?
No, and it's hard to put a number on just murders or homicides because you investigate a lot of deaths as murders or homicides. Just because it doesn't become a murder doesn't mean you don't start investigating it as a murder. You may be called to the scene of a baby death and you preserve the scene and you start the investigation and it turns out that it was natural causes. So while it may not be a murder, you investigated a murder for the majority of it, turned out to be natural causes. So yeah, there's a lot of investigations that end up not murders but are death investigations.
So would it be safe for me to say that it would have been many murder investigations or any death investigations you would have done by this point in 2021?
I'd say many.
You get assigned this case as a lead detective Saturday morning, July 24th of 2021. What is the first thing that you do, Detective Bob?
I immediately run home and throw on a suit and get in my vehicle and drive to the scene. The city provides vehicles for us so that we can respond directly to the scene.
Would it be the scene at 7505 North MacArthur Boulevard?
Yes, 7505 North MacArthur Boulevard, which was the gas station parking lot of the Kroger's there.
And is that in Irving?
That is in Irving, Dallas County, Texas.
Oh, you really got ahead of me on that one. What are some of the steps that you're taking when you respond to the scene? Walk us through your role or your presence at the scene.
So this one is different because I got several calls on the way informing me that one of the parties had died. So as I'm arriving, I'm briefed by the sergeant who's in charge of the scene. Until I get there, that was Sergeant Black, and he just gives me a brief rundown of what they've done and where the scene's at, kind of orients me to the scene and to what's been going on before I got there. While I was en route, I was notified that there were witnesses that had been there with cell phones and possibly recorded some of what had happened. So while I was en route, I asked my sergeant to send the electronics evidence unit there to make sure we tried to preserve any electronic evidence that was captured by witnesses there, so that we weren't relying on them to send videos in, make sure we did our best to capture them before they left the scene.
Now, this is all information you're being provided before you were even got into this Kroger parking lot.
Yes, they called me on my cell phone and told me about it.
And you are already taking steps as to how you're going to continue this investigation as the lead detective.
Yes.
When you get to the scene, Detective Bob, would you describe it as, a small scene, easy to contain and, maintain evidence and
Your Honor,
witnesses?
object to leading a witness.
Overruled. Go ahead.
How would you describe the scene, Detective Bob? Would it be an easy to maintain scene? in terms of evidence and witnesses, or would be a bigger scene, harder to maintain?
This one was definitely harder to maintain in the sense that it's a parking lot and, it was a very crowded parking lot. So there's a lot of moving pieces. If you think of a crime scene inside a house, you can really just control the entrance and exits and control the scene really easy. It's a lot harder when it's outside, because you not only have all the other people, car traffic, you have other elements to contend with, such as the wind or potential weather. I wanted to use the drones to take overview shots of the scene, and the drone operators told me it was too windy, that our large drone was being worked on and unavailable, and our smaller drones couldn't fly in the wind because of the windiness of the day. And so that just adds to how hard it is to control the scene and evidence at the scene, especially as we're setting up the crime scene. Patrol officers do a great job of attempting to preserve the crime scene by throwing up police lines that say do not cross, or using cones and markers to mark evidence. But before they get there, it's definitely, when there's a lot of people walking and there's emergency responders on scene trying to save lives, then yes, it's a lot harder to control the scene.
Now, going back to the fact that this is a Kroger gas station parking lot, I'm assuming there's a Kroger actual grocery store located within proximity.
Yes, it's just to the west of the gas station.
And in terms of that, are the people that are gonna be on the scene, are they all going to be people who are going to have some sort of information? Or could it be some people who are just civilians going about their Saturday morning?
Yeah, there's certainly a large amount of people just there to get gas, or just there to go to Kroger's, to go grocery shopping.
And as you get onto the scene, or as you were provided information prior to arriving on scene, what kind of background do you know about what was happening at this Kroger before this shooting occurred?
I was told that it was a motorcycle meetup, that it is a large group of riders that had assembled and had chosen the Kroger parking lot to meet at before they went out on their ride.
So are we now adding more people to this equation of big crime scene, and now we're adding additional witnesses?
Yes, it was very crowded, from what I would imagine a Saturday morning at a Kroger parking lot would be any other day.
Can you recall around what time you got to the scene?
I believe it was just about an hour after I was called. So I think it was about close to 10 a.m.
How many people do you remember seeing when you get to the scene?
Oh, I didn't count. There was a lot of people there. There was a lot of officers there at the crime scene. There was a lot of people, a lot of riders who were all along the tape, the police lines. There was a lot of onlookers that were looking, that just wanted to see a police investigation. There was a lot of people. The crime scene was big. It was around, when I got there, there were numerous vehicles inside the tape line, and there were people wanting to get vehicles out. There were people wanting to leave, and so I was, as best I could, making sure that patrol had talked to or identified the people before they left.
Now, is it safe to say, Detective Bob, that on a scene this big, you may not necessarily get to talk to every single person that's standing in that Kroger parking lot that morning, specifically the gas station?
Certainly, the money's on the fact that I'm not going to talk to everyone there. It's physically impossible for me to talk to everyone there that morning, so I'm relying on patrol officers and my fellow detectives to clear the scene.
And is that normal standard procedure at Irving?
Yes.
it's about 3:30. Ladies and gentlemen, would y'all like a short break before we continue? Let's be back at 3:45.
All rise.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Detective Ba, I believe what we were talking about, where we left off was when you got to the scene, you had patrol officers as well as other detectives working with you. Was that right?
Yes.
Now, and I was asking you if that was standard operating procedure for Irving, for you to have, or you to rely on other people, even though you are the lead detective in the case.
Yes. Completely normal. Patrol and elements of like the crime scene were there. I believe you guys talked to one of the crime scene evidence technicians earlier.
Now, you mentioned you had other detectives with you. Do you remember who those other detectives may have been in this case?
I remember Detective Curtis was there. I remember Detective King was there. If there were other detectives, I didn't interact with them as much that day. I don't remember specifically if they were there or not, but at least those two were the other major two that I worked with.
So on the scene with you that day, you have Detective Curtis, you have Detective King, and can you recall how many patrol officers are on the scene?
No, patrol officers come and go in the sense that they're shift work and they have other responsibilities too. So if call volume becomes more significant through the city, they may move some officers from around the crime scene and put them back in, able to receive calls. If the call volume's normal, then they may bring more officers out, especially if, say, the crowd at the scene gets heated or they start arguing or any other volatile situation at the scene, they could bring officers more out. So it's a very fluid number. There's not a set number per scene or anything like that.
Now, is it also, we heard from Officers Wilson and Sergeant Martin who responded as some of those patrol officers, but their duties kind of took them to the hospital where they remain. Again, would that also be normal for some of the officers to leave scene and continue on with their duties that they've been assigned?
Very normal, especially in Irving.
But at the end of the day, are each and every officer, or is each and every officer who's coming into contact with this investigation or working up any aspect of this investigation, they're either going to provide you this information or going to write up a report so you have this information? Is that right?
Yes, that's what they're supposed to do.
That the same thing goes for the officers that are on scene who may be talking to witnesses, collecting evidence. Is their job also to relay information to you and document that in their offense report?
Yes.
Now, we already talked about the fact that you didn't talk to every single witness that was present on the scene.
No.
But tell me generally, in any homicide case that you have investigated, or any crimes against person case that you have investigated as the lead, do you always get to talk to every single witness that may have some knowledge or any knowledge about an offense?
No, and unless, I mean, there's some, one of my cases I worked with where a woman killed her husband. She was the only person at the scene. I talked to her, so yes, I did talk to everyone at that scene. But there's certainly bigger scenes where there's many witnesses, especially considering there could be witnesses leading up to the event, not just of the homicide, but leading up to the event. So no, I certainly don't always talk to every single witness on the scene. We use patrol, we use other officers. Sometimes you may not be at the station when a witness decides to come forward and talk to you, and so another detective will interview that person when they come to the station. You can't control when they decide to show up at the station.
Now, same goes for identifying every witness. let's say, and this is going to be a hypothetical situation, let's say, you know, we're at a crime scene, I tell you my name is Joe Schmo, give you a date of birth, social security number, whatnot, a cell phone number, and you know, that's all documented, and I give some sort of a statement. Now, are you always able to use the information that you're provided by the witnesses to eventually lead to their identification?
Sure, you can contact them, especially if their statement is something that interests you or is different, or provides some sort of insight that maybe another witness hadn't seen, or leads you to find some sort of other evidence. But officers also do a good job of interviewing people, getting their initial statements, and recording them, whether writing them down or on their body camera.
And again, all of this information is available for you to review as a lead detective when you're conducting your investigation.
Yes.
What about witnesses who may leave the scene before you contact them or before any other patrol officer contact them? Is that normal?
Yes.
Why is that?
There's a lot of people who don't want to talk to the police or become involved with the police. And they'll leave and not return to the scene and not be interviewed, not give their information.
Are you telling us, Detective Bob, that some people don't like talking to the police?
There's a large subset of the population that does not like giving their version of events to the police.
And that could be a various number of reasons why that may be, is that right?
Lots of reasons, from not liking the police to not wanting to get involved in other people's business to not wanting to take up their time with court or with any other proceedings afterwards.
Now, in this case, we've already had Officer Cox who testified as the crime scene in this case. Do you remember if you asked Officer Cox to subpoena the surveillance video from that Kroger parking lot?
I don't think we needed to subpoena it. I think I asked her if they would provide it, and I think actually patrol got in contact with Kroger before we even arrived on scene, but I followed up with the Kroger and then asked Officer Cox to get the video from the Kroger.
And so you're saying you can either ask them to provide it, and if they say no, then the next step would have been a subpoena.
A subpoena or a search warrant.
Now, why is it that you wanted to get the surveillance video?
Because I could see the cameras, I could see that they might have captured the entirety of the incident on camera.
Detective Bott, at this time, besides the Kroger surveillance video, when you're on scene, are you becoming aware of other videos that may have been captured, that may have captured this offense?
Yes, I was told several bystanders had captured snippets of the offense, and that it had potentially been broadcast on Instagram Live or some other form of social media. And so I was asking the Electronics Evidence Unit to assist in preserving those and making sure that we got anyone who was there who had taken video of it to provide that to them. So I wasn't there as they worked with the people who recorded it, but that's what the Electronic Evidence Unit does.
Do you know kind of what their job pertains as to, are they just screen recording it from their phone? Are they having the witnesses who have these videos send it somewhere? How does that work?
So there's a broad variety of how they would do it. I'm not sure exactly in this case how they did it since I wasn't standing with them. Sometimes they're able to confirm, hey, this video did go through, and we're able to get the entirety of the video. Sometimes if it's like an older surveillance system, they may need to seize the older surveillance system to preserve it on a hard drive and try and connect it in their offices. Sometimes they'll even use cameras to videotape it on the device if they can't figure out a way to get it off the device. But they're pretty smart guys, technology speaking, so they're usually able to do it as far as exporting it somehow into our servers at the police station.
Now, can you recall at this point, how many videos may have captured this offense that were taken by bystanders on the scene?
I don't remember the exact number that I received that day, no ma'am.
Can you remember how long you stayed on the scene of this Kroger parking lot?
I stayed on the scene. I interviewed a gentleman who wanted to get his vehicle and trailer and leave. I wanted to make sure someone had talked to him. So I talked to a gentleman for a while, and then I was told that the defendant was at Baylor Grapevine and was awaiting surgery, so we went out there real quick to see what was going on at that scene.
Walk us through that. What do you do when you get to Baylor?
I get to Baylor and I talk to the doctors there and see what's going on, see what they thought of his injuries, if he was going to make it or not, and they thought the defendant was going to make it. They really don't give me a ton of information on injuries. They're really fairly vague typically until later we follow up with a subpoena and then we get hospital records. But until then, they're usually very vague about what happened or where the injuries are, and they'll say, yeah, we expect him to make it, or no, we don't expect him to make it.
Just brief information, because the doctors are worried about HIPAA policies. Would that be right?
Sure, and I mean, they're also working too, so they don't have time in an emergency room to, give me a real good rundown of all the injuries that are going on.
Besides talking to the doctors, who else do you talk to while you were there at the hospital?
I talked real briefly to the defendant who was in the hospital.
And are you asking the defendant at that point any pointed questions? Or what is just the general gist of this conversation?
No, I walked into the room. I'd been told that he was potentially going to have surgery, and he had already been given some drugs for being shot, so he was on pain medication. So I didn't want to talk to him about the case, and really anything he might have said at that point might have been not usable because he's on pain medication. You can understand people say stuff out of the ordinary when they're on medication. So I basically gave him my card. I said, I'd like to talk to you when all this is over, but now's not the time, and that was it.
So kind of an introduction, would it be safe to say?
Yes, I introduced myself. I didn't ask him about what happened or how he got there or anything like that.
Do you remember in this case making a notification about the victim being deceased as well?
Yes, I'm not sure if she had already been notified, but as I was walking out of the hospital, I ran into Mr. Hood's girlfriend, and I talked to her there in the parking lot of the hospital.
Now, Detective Bott, as you've gone to the scene at this point, and you've gone to the hospital, and you've talked to some people at the hospital, some people at the scene, and you've been provided various forms of information. Have you made a determination at that point what happened at that Kroger parking lot?
No, we're still just gathering information. I hadn't even really seen the videos, especially I know I couldn't have even seen the Kroger video yet, but I'd only seen small glimpses of video on a cell phone screen. I certainly hadn't had a chance to review that or review that all my colleagues had done, both detectives and officers on the scene.
So this is an ongoing investigation at this point?
Yes,
And you visiting these two scenes, the hospital and the Kroger, this is just your primary steps before you move further?
yes.
Now, what are some of the other aspects of your investigation that you can walk us through as the lead detective in this case?
So, while we were at the hospital, Officer Martin told me that he had the defendant's cell phone. So we took the cell phone to preserve it for potentially writing a search warrant or asking for consent to search it, and brought it back to the police station, to the electronics evidence unit, to the officers who had responded to that scene. After the preliminary investigation is done that day, before you leave, you have to do a commander's report, kind of updating what happened at the scene and what's going on in the investigation. And you submit that to your superiors so they know what's going on when they see the morning report. I'm not sure how far out you want me to go with this.
Okay, so you said you will have to first prepare a preliminary report.
Oh, it's just a synopsis of what happened that day. It's not even a report per se. It's just a commander's report that talks about, hey, detectives responding to a shooting, investigation ongoing.
So again, that's kind of giving your superiors a heads up as to what is going on at that time.
Yes,
Now, we talked about the fact that there has been, or as you're working up one case, you're also working up maybe many other cases.
yes.
But when you pick up, or when you become lead on a new case, and you are going back to your office to sit down and start digesting all of this information that you've been provided, what do those next steps look like?
I'd love to say that's also the same on every case, but it's not. Like on my previous call-out weekend, I was called out one night to a shooting where a man died, and then the next day I was called out to the scene of an infant death, and when I came back from the scene of the infant death, I'm just finding out the name of the guy who had died the night before, because we've been unable to identify him. He had no ID on him, so we're getting fingerprints back, and so there's always something going on in the office, and you're always juggling cases. It's not a static environment where you're like, hey, I only get to work on this case till I'm done. It's constantly you're working cases that are coming and going. So on this day I came back and I started doing work like preservation requests to Facebook, Instagram, to preserve accounts. I discussed the case with my partner, asked him to do search warrants to the fire department and the hospitals. I had to discuss with supervisors whether or not we should post a watch at the hospital until the defendant was out of surgery or was able to recover. All kinds of decisions like that have to be made that day.
You said putting a watch at the hospital until the defendant was released. Why is that?
Well, he had shot somebody and that person had died, and so obviously we have to make the determination if we think he's going to get out of the hospital promptly or be a danger to society instantly. We need to be able to take him into custody should he attempt to leave the hospital, whether that's by getting a warrant but in this case, we did not think it was necessary in the sense that when I met with him, he discussed that he did want to confident that we would be able to work with him and understand what had gone on.
But this watch that you were referring to, would it kind of play like a would it play a two-prong approach of you're doing the community caretaking part of your job, making sure the community at large is safe, but also if the defendant is safe?
Yes, especially in this case, because there was motorcycles involved, and at first, whenever you have motorcycles involved, everyone thinks it's a motorcycle gang. It's not the case. I didn't believe it to be the case in this situation, but the hospital was getting worked up because they said they had both the person who died and the defendant at the same hospital, and I don't think Grapevine Hospital handles as many murders as Parkland does, or shootings, and so they were not used to having both people in hospital rooms next to each other. They were calling for more security and calling for us, asking for information on the motorcycle gangs, and we had to calm them down and say there's no gangs. It's just two individuals who got in an altercation.
But as you're working up this case and start reviewing the evidence in this case, do you start with reviewing the videos, reviewing the offense reports provided by the officers, or how is it that you take your next steps?
Both. I started reviewing all the statements taken by the officers, and then I started reviewing the video to see how it matched up to all the video. And then while I was reviewing the video, I asked Detective Cox to get the Kroger video. She got the Kroger video, and now we had an overall video of the scene. I asked our media affairs team if they would produce we don't have expensive video editing software for detectives, nor are we particularly good at video editing. I asked them to splice it all into one view so we could watch all the views of the offense with the Kroger offense. Because in the Kroger offense, everything's in the distance, but the people's views on their cell phone is up close, so you can see. The overall view makes sense as you see the up close view side by side, and you can track it in real time. You can see obviously that the videos haven't been edited or messed with because there's different videos from independent sources.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Detective Bob, this video that was spliced together, is that what we're looking at in States 101?
Yes.
And how do you know that's the same video that was put together by Irving Police Department?
I initialed it.
At a previous time where you got to view the video?
Yes.
And besides the fact that, the surveillance video is now merged with kind of the civilian videos or bystander videos that were taken of the scene, has there been any other alterations, deletions made to this video?
No, and when I say editing, I don't mean like changing the content of the video. I mean making it viewable in one screen in that sense, not changing what happens in the video.
Your Honor, this time state offers into evidence States 101, tendering to defense.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, would you describe States 101 again, spliced video of?
Yes, Your Honor. States 101 contains the overall Kroger surveillance from the Kroger parking lot merged with bystander video of the offense at scene. So it would kind of zoom out to the overall Kroger view and then zoom in to the offense as it happens.
Okay, thank you. State's Exhibit 101 is admitted for all purposes.
May I have permission to publish?
You may. Yes, please.
And Detective Ba, as this video is starting, the Kroger surveillance video is not necessarily going to have any volume, is that right?
That's correct.
I think my disc player is having some technical issues here. I have no one. Now, Detective Ba, I'm going to play this video and pause at times to ask you questions. And pausing. At the 3-second mark, can you tell us exactly what time does it say on the top and the date?
It says 8:37 on July 24th, 2021.
And do you know that to be the accurate date and time to be on this video surveillance?
I know it was pretty accurate, according to when we got 911 calls and everything, it lines up with the same time frame.
your screen, you should be able to mark it up, but when this zooms in, this view of the victim and defendant, on that Kroger surveillance video, where are they located? Can you draw a circle around them? And what did the victim just state? And I can go back.
The victim stated, "I'm gonna go get my pistol."
And let me clear what's on the screen. But we are able to watch the victim walk to presumably his truck, even though this video is pretty zoomed out. And I'm gonna move it forward just a little bit. Where is the victim at this point?
Oh, sorry.
Oh. Where is the victim at this point? And it's still 8:37 and 53 seconds, is that accurate?
Yes.
Now, it's 8:37:55, and we can see, not very clearly, but we can see him by a car.
On the other side of the truck, yes.
So kind of out of the view of the camera.
Yes.
And now, within seconds, and I'll go back to that marker where he disappears out of view. That is 8:37:52 seconds.
53.
53,
52,
sorry.
53. Yep.
That's when he is walking away from the defendant.
Yes, ma'am.
At that point, 8:37:56, so 3 seconds. Is that accurate?
Yes.
That he's reached the truck.
Yes, ma'am.
Or at least that's what we can assume because he disappears out of view.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, can we see the victim again, and can you draw a circle around him at this point? And how many seconds have passed, Detective Bao, from him disappearing behind the truck to reappearing?
It's now 8:38:02.
And we are watching him at this point approach the defendant again.
Yes.
Detective Bob, pausing here at 8:38:15, how many people are, besides the defendant and victim, can you see just from this angle? Standing very close to the defendant and Mr. Hood.
see two to the left of them and then one very clearly to the right. I can't see between the trucks to see if anyone's standing there.
Now, at this point, 8:38:21, do we kind of see maybe a third person walking up?
Yes.
And at this point, we see two more individuals possibly walking away from these two.
Yes.
Okay. Who gonna put that? They don't mean you fake. I mean, you got a pistol. I mean you fake. I mean you fake. Who gonna put that? They don't mean you fake. I mean, you got a pistol. I mean you fake. I mean you fake.
What would you describe that as?
It's a punch.
Detective Bob, just going back for a second.
I mean you fake.
This is 8:38:44. Is this the first time we're seeing a physical altercation?
It's the first time that we see one on video, yes ma'am.
And who is the person who, according to these videos, begins this physical altercation?
The defendant, with the punch.
And at this point, the physical altercation has started. And Mr. Hood and the defendant decide to duke it out.
Yes, mutual combat.
Now, we've got two different angles that we can see on the screen currently. Detective Bach, walk me through and walk this jury through what we're looking at this 8:38:53 mark.
It looks like the defendant is lunging towards the victim, wrapping up one of the legs of the victim, or possibly going for the waist of the victim, but again, initiating a takedown of the victim.
At this point, again, we have two different angles. Can you tell me exactly where the defendant's hands are?
I can't tell you exactly, well, yes, the defendant's hands, you can see him, the video, you can see him on the back of the victim, and then you can see it just below the hip of the victim, not touching the victim.
Can you draw circles to where his hands are?
Oh, sorry. There.
And in the other angle, can we see only one hand of the defendant?
Yes.
And again, at this point, would you still describe this as mutual combat?
Yes.
in this angle, have the defendant's hands moved now in this, I don't know, half second that may have passed?
Yes.
Where do we see, which hand has moved? Let's start with that.
The right hand has moved from towards the victim to the defendant's waist.
In your investigation, did you learn what was on the defendant's waist?
Yes, that's where he kept his gun.
And in the second angle of this video, that is the close-up angle, can we see the victim's hands as well as the defendant's hands?
I'm sorry, which angle?
The second angle, which is still the zoomed-in angle, not the Kroger version.
The big one on the left?
The smaller one to the right, the second, the
Yes.
bottom right.
Yes, the bottom right. You can see the defendant's left arm. You can't see his right arm. And you can see the victim's arm, but you can't see his hand. You can see his right arm, but you can't see his hand.
Now, Detective Bob, this area would be somewhere around where the victim's arm is going. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Let me clear it and try to choose a different color. Would that be accurate as to, or I don't think I'm getting the message across with the way that angle is, but,
Would you like to demonstrate with your pointer
yes, Your Honor.
for the jury?
Would it be accurate for me to say that his arm is around the defendant's shoulders towards the back, or is it in the middle of his body? That's,
Well, it appears his elbow is on the outside of his body, so his arm would be somewhere in his back.
may I, demonstrate, Your Honor, with my co-counsel?
You may.
Now, Ms. Martin will be the defendant, and would it be right for me to say that victim's hands are reaching over if I am the victim, DeMarcus Hood?
I don't think the jury can see that.
Yes.
But it's
Yes.
not, would it be accurate for me to say that his arm is in here as they're locked up?
No, it appears to be on the outside.
In the middle of mine, in the middle of mine and the defendant's body as this demonstration continues.
Not in the middle, no.
So the only way that makes sense is it would be towards the back of the defendant.
Yes, that's the way it appears.
And the victim's left hand, it's somewhere around like this.
No, around the head, you can see it encircling the head of your co-counsel or the victim.
Man, she's too tall for me.
Yeah. So, yeah, right.
Can I play the defendant and you play the victim? You're gonna put one arm around the back, and then this arm, you're gonna try to put around the arm. Yeah.
But your head was more at her waist, so that's how, there you go. And now bring your arm up underneath it, looks like.
Like
There, yes, like that.
Okay. So
There
is
you
that
go.
how they're locked up?
Yes.
And just to demonstrate for the jury, at any point, this arm in this location is not actually constricting my breathing. Would that be
Objection, Your
accurate?
Honor, calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Or in this angle that we're seeing, just to, and the purpose of this mostly to just demonstrate kind of the body positioning and the hand positioning of both the defendant and the victim. But the defendant's hands are on his right side of his body.
And Your Honor, I'm going to object to the leading, it's just, that's all this is. So if there can be questions.
Sustained.
Detective Bach, can you tell me where the defendant's right arm is at this point?
I can tell you that his elbow is just on the right side of the victim's body, and so it appears that his arm would be in the middle of his back.
And is that arm moving towards something?
No, and it does not appear to be.
Do we still see the defendant's right elbow?
Yes.
Is it closer to the victim at this point, or is it closer to the right side of the defendant's body?
It's closer to the right side of the, well, yes, it's closer to the left side of the defendant's body if you're talking about this arm.
No, let me point it out to you to make it easier.
Okay.
This elbow, would it be considered closer to the victim or closer to the defendant?
When you're talking about the defendant's arm,
Yes,
Which arm of the defendant?
the right arm. The
The
one
right-
that's circled
the
in the
right
bottom
arm
right
of the
picture.
defendant is closest to the defendant, to his hip. His hand is on his hip.
And again, during your investigation, did you learn what was closer to his hip or in the hip area of the defendant?
It was his gun.
And I'm gonna have to slow this down a little bit. Did you see the right arm move in that angle before I paused?
The defendant's right arm?
Defendant's right arm.
Yes.
And at this angle, can we still see the defendant's right arm?
Yes.
And what is that we heard on the video?
It sounded like a gunshot.
And the defendant's right arm seems to be free at this point. Like it's not tangled up in anything, is what I'm
Objection, Your
asking.
Honor. Again, the prosecutor is just testifying.
Sustained.
Detective Bott, is that arm tangled?
No, the arm's does not appear to be tangled at all.
We also just saw, again, some of these movements are so minuscule. We did see the arm completely move in that past second, is that right?
Yes. In like a sweeping motion.
What was that sound that we heard again?
The words or it sounded like a
The words
gunshot.
and the noise.
The gunshot and the words, "oh shit."
So would that be the second gunshot then?
I believe so. It's hard to tell going back and forth.
Sorry.
But it does from the time appear to be the second gunshot.
And that might make it easier as the video continues on. What was that we heard?
Another gunshot.
So that would be 3 for accounting correctly.
Yes.
was that?
as a fourth gunshot.
Sorry, what was,
A fifth gunshot.
Judge, if we, if you can open the lights. Detective Bob, besides you collecting this evidence and watching these videos, reading the reports created by your colleagues, are you also interviewing people who were present at this location who may have seen this offense for themselves?
Yes, I talked to people who called the department and asked to talk to an investigator, and I talked to them about it also.
And some of these people, did you reach out to on your own because their information had been provided to other police officers?
Yes, or dispatch, yes.
Your job as an investigator is to follow up with as many people as you possibly can. Would that be an accurate statement?
Yes, and like I said, it doesn't, these cases don't exist in a vacuum, so every time I'm doing something on this case, I'm potentially taking away from another case also. But yes, we interview as many people as necessary to make the case.
And in a case such as this, where you do have, although there are snippets of videos, but it is on video essentially.
Yes,
Does that kind of make a case easier to work or harder to work?
much easier.
What are some other follow-ups that you may be doing? Is there a tip line at Irving Police Department?
We did send out a media briefing about if anyone has any information, you can let the police department know. They gave a number, and then I believe there's an email that they can email at.
Would that be to potentially reach out to a bigger crowd of people?
Yes, especially if there's people who maybe had other information. I mean, it's pretty normal, standard operating procedure on any big case nowadays that you put that out there.
Just so anyone who at that time may not have spoken to the police, but is given the opportunity if they do have information.
Yes,
Because anyone who's going to call you and provide you information, you're going to follow up on
yes,
as best as you can.
yes.
As we watched these videos and these shots being fired, in your training and experience, would it be consistent with intentional firing?
Objection, Your Honor, I think we're getting into any type of expert testimony, we're outside of anything he did in this case, we're getting into what we discussed and what we have a motion on.
Rephrase your question.
Vaughn, earlier you testified to some cases start off as a homicide or a murder investigation, but then they turn into something else. Does that necessarily mean that you don't file charges at the end of every single case that you investigate?
Correct, I don't file charges at the end of every single case that I investigate.
This offense happened, can you recall the date that this offense happened on?
July 24th.
And do you recall at all how many months or days or hours you worked on this investigation?
No, there's no kind of software that tracks what cases we're working on or could possibly track, because we could be in the field, or there was other things that I did on this case between when I filed this case and when I was at the scene, if that's what you're asking.
But this offense happened on, you said July 24, 2021,
Yes.
and besides gathering information from the officers on scene, did you speak to your partner at the time, Detective Curtis, about this investigation?
Yes, Detective Curtis and I talk consistently as he's my partner. However, beyond just being my partner, he's our use of force expert. He's studied force science. He's well read on
Your Honor, I'm
use
gonna
of
object,
force.
this is exactly what we're alluding to. This witness is testifying that he relied on another witness, that witness being an expert by this witness's own admission. And so now we're trying to get in expert testimony through this witness, and that's not the proper witness.
Overruled. Go ahead.
Officer Ball, Detective Ball, you could continue to answer the question.
So I asked him to review the video, and I discussed this with him, obviously. I also discussed it with other officers at the department.
Would one of those other officers be Officer Weddle?
Yes.
And again, is that unusual for you to get an opinion from your colleagues as you're working up a murder investigation?
No, especially in things that I would consider myself not an expert in. Officer Weddle teaches ground fighting at the academy and has been involved in martial arts, so I wanted to get his opinion on what was going on in the fight, because obviously he's an expert at stuff like that, and Detective Curtis is an expert at force science, so yes, I asked for their opinions on the different aspects of the case.
Is it safe to say you are discussing it, let's talk about Detective Curtis specifically. One, he's your partner, that would be the reason that you would discuss a case with him and he would discuss a case with you.
Yes, all the time.
And at Irving Police, is it also normal that you're reaching out to a person like Officer Weddle who may have a little bit more information on a subject matter that you don't and get his opinion before you make any determinations in your case?
I wouldn't say that everyone does it, but that was a practice of mine, was to reach out to officers that would be more knowledgeable than me, rather than relying completely on my own understanding of something in an area I could have a shortcoming.
Now, going back to the offense date for this case, this offense happened on July 24, 2021, around 8:40 in the morning, is that right?
Yes,
Do you remember when you filed this case with the DA's office?
I believe it was in October of that year.
Would it be accurate for me to say it's October 20th of 2021?
That's when I filed the case, yes.
Why is that?
I had gotten a arrest warrant for the defendant prior to that. He had been arrested for it, and once you arrest the defendant, Dallas County wants you to turn over and file the case within a certain amount of days. I think it's like 10 business days, something like that is typical, or at least that's the Irving kind of guideline, to make sure we aren't just filing affidavits and arresting people and then not filing cases.
But during this period from July 24, 2021 to October 20th or October 10th of 2021. What were you doing with this case?
Reviewing it and talking about it and reviewing the statements and watching the videos over and over and over again.
Speaking to other witnesses who spoke with you?
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
Overruled.
Yes, also speaking with other witnesses, talking on the phone to witnesses, people who called in, calling back people who called in. Trying to think. I think I've mentioned most of it.
So in October of 2021, you have made a determination in this case as to what the charges would be. Is that right?
Yes,
And what were those charges that you filed with the Dallas District Attorney's Office?
murder.
And is the person that you filed those charges against, is that person present in the courtroom today?
Yes,
Can you identify him by an article of clothing?
yes, he's wearing a brown vest and a bow tie.
Your Honor, let the record reflect that this witness has identified the defendant in open court.
The record will reflect this.
At the conclusion of your investigation, Detective Baugh, when you filed this case with the DA's office, I just want to ask you some specifics as to, is a firearm considered a deadly weapon?
Yes,
In this case, did you make a determination that a firearm was used as a deadly weapon?
yes,
Did you also make the determination that a firearm is an act, shooting a firearm is an act clearly dangerous to human life?
yes,
Did you make a determination that a victim by the name of DeMarcus Hood was deceased due to shooting by a firearm?
yes,
Did you make a determination who was responsible for that shooting?
yes,
And who is that?
the defendant.
At any point during your investigation, did you ever make the determination that this shooting was justified in any way?
No,
Pass the witness.
Alright, this is a good time for us to break for the day. It's almost 5 o'clock. Ladies and gentlemen, my instructions still stand. You haven't received all the evidence yet. Please don't discuss this case or, look on YouTube or any other social media, platform. And let's be back here at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. The bailiff will take your notes. I see some of you are taking notes. He will retrieve your notes and keep them, secure for you for tomorrow, okay? See you tomorrow.
All rise.